And if you come
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah. And shout out Mrs. Cornett, Queen Cornett, who confirmed listens to the show. So, yeah. I'm assuming if Mrs. Cornett does, that means Jim's at least heard it in passing. So it's been a good week. As everybody files in and the kickoff show goes on. They're just recapping, reviewing everything, and the lady absolutely sucks who they have hosting this kickoff thing with Sam Roberts. No offense, not trying to diss her. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe on the way in. And yeah, it's true. Mrs. Jim Cornette DM'd me followed me again like a couple weeks ago or a week ago, DM'd me out of the blue yesterday early in the morning. It was like 10 in the morning and was like, hey, love your show. The Dave Meltzer segments make me laugh. You and Awful are hilarious together. So that was a really good compliment, coming from the queen herself. And so I got some, as you guys all file in, I got some big guests coming in the near future. And yeah, the show's PWT, the PWT universe, everything is going really well. So I hope you guys have been enjoying it, and I hope you're hitting that like and you're hitting that subscribe. If you're not, folks, at Pro Wrestle Times, at Pro Wrestle Clips, you already know. If you could go to the long form channel, which is youtube.com/@ProWrestleTimes. And even if you do not consume my content, long form, 3 hour, 6 hour, 1 hour versions of it, and you just like the clips, please still subscribe on the other channel. We're at about 800 subscribers. I want to get to 1,000. We're on the road to 5K here, but we're almost at 3,500. So I just want to give a round of applause to all of the good PWT listeners and folks and the PWT universe, man. Yeah, you guys are the absolute best, and none of it's possible if it weren't for you guys. So for instance, last night I got shittered. Shouldn't be cussing, only 4 minutes in, but oh well. What's up, YouTube? And yeah, I just played some Xbox and relaxed. It was weird not live streaming last night, actually, but I was excited. As the name semi indicates, the description rather for the video. NXT versus TNA versus sort of AEW, although Ethan Page is signed to NXT officially. We have a weird scenario where it's like, okay, Sexy Red is hosting. We have a TNA Knockouts presence in Jordan Grace, and we have an AEW sort of, they're working that angle. He's all ego, the lights go out, they come back on, like the cheesy AEW thing they do, they're at least trying to make what AEW's trash into something palatable for NXT. And we have like a weird forbidden door type scenario. And I wouldn't be shocked if we get a teaser as to who could be facing Jordan Grace at the Slammiversary Open Challenge for TNA. Sexy Red showed up with stacks on stacks on stacks, listening to the money talk. She's dressed like the Harlem Heat. She's dressed like Booker T. Oh, yeah, man. Yeah. I need one of those for the soundboards. Oh, yeah, man. I like it. Shit, I need that for the soundboard because, yeah, she's dressed like Harlem Heat, OG Harlem Heat. So that's epic. Shout out Sexy Red. And I think everyone's filing in. I know there will be a bunch of you tune in, I'm sure, as the show commences as well. And I'm just doing a very long intro so everyone can file in and hit that like button and we can get the show underway. I do see a super chat here. Thank you so much already for $5. Thank you. Kyle from South Park, shout you out, dude. That Ozempic obesity special was awesome. LMA Ricochet leaving WWE for AEW is the equivalent to leaving Ringling Bros and Barnum and Bailey Circus and performing at the county fair. So what you're saying is it's like leaving one shitty traveling circus to another shitty traveling circus. Yeah. It's so early and we're cussing, but it's okay. Kyle from South Park. We're going to talk about that. Thanks for the super chat. I will address this more. You guys know I like to give my super chats a lot of attention, really answer what you guys are saying to me, but I got to touch on that in a little bit. I'm not going to touch on that right now. So thank you so much for the super chat and stick around for the show and you'll hear me dive into all of that. Don't let your head get to, come on, dude. It couldn't. Minimum membership 99 cents. Exactly. It's crazy. And consider becoming a member. I try. And if you're just watching clips, just go subscribe to the other channel and just keep watching clips. That's cool. Don't even watch the other channel. I don't care. Just subscribe to it. It means a lot to me. And if you're a member, I try and show all the chats on the screen. It is tough to do with how many of you there are, but a membership's 99 cents. You get a cool badge next to your name. The reason they're so cheap is because there's 2 channels that you can become a member on, and you get the same benefits no matter what. Speaking of benefits, one of that is being a tribal chief, right? Now, guys, I'm rolling out the new schedule starting tomorrow, okay? So tomorrow, Monday, I'm going to record a PWT podcast every Monday. It will be out Tuesday. So tomorrow, me and Marv are doing a podcast. It'll be out the next morning, Tuesday. Tuesday, I'm going to record something for Patreon. So if you're not on the Patreon, it's completely different, okay? So you get your own RSS feed link to the pod as soon as it's uploaded. But it's not going to be me just uploading episodes of the podcast and you can download my thumbnails and shit. It's not going to be that. It's going to be like, I'm going to watch stuff, obscure thing. I don't want to give all my good ideas out there, but it's going to be wrestling related, obviously. And we're going to watch stuff together on Patreon that I would get copyright stricken for on YouTube. You know what I mean? And we're going to watch it. And I have a bunch of ideas, a bunch of plans. The first one's going to be really good. They're going to be an hour too long. So Monday's PWT pod. Tuesday, I'm going to record stuff for Patreon. It'll come out Wednesday. I'm going to do the live show. Thursday, I'm going to do members only show. So if you're a member, if you're not one, you're going to miss out on the Thursday show. So become a member. What's the member show going to be about? Whatever you guys vote. I'm going to throw out like 3-4 things. There's going to be a poll tomorrow for members only. If you guys want to partake and tell, hey, Phil, I want you to talk about this. Okay, you guys are going to get to vote. on those things. Now it will be a little different. We're going to EFAP stuff mostly, and I'll react and answer your guys' questions, like Q&A, basically. The members, you guys, whatever you guys want to do. And you can send me clips. I'll watch them, right? That doesn't matter what it is. It will be different than the Patreon thing, though, because the Patreon is always my choice, and the Patreon will be like, YouTube membership videos or streams. We still have to go within the copyright parameters of YouTube, right? You guys get that. So just to reiterate, catch you guys. So Monday, regular podcast. Tuesday, Patreon. Wednesday, live show. Thursday, members only show. Friday, I ain't doing dick. I'm editing clips. I'm uploading clips. We ain't doing nothing. Saturday, live show. Sunday, I ain't doing dick. Now, if there's PLEs, like tonight, the PLEs on a Sunday, we're doing Sunday instead of Saturday. You know what I mean? If it's like, there's no PLEs, but there's like a TNA event on a Friday, we're doing TNA on a Friday. You guys know what I'm saying? So that's the new schedule starting this Monday. And don't worry, George Captor, my head will never get to, it's already too big as it is, but no, but I got really cool guests coming on and stuff lined up that is all, everything's growing, everything's expanding, and things have had to change. That's why there hasn't been another PWT pod in like 2 weeks, because it was just, I'm sitting here going, okay, let's realistically figure this out. New schedule, new everything, new ideas, new concepts. We got a bunch of members only shows coming, Patreon shows coming. Awesome. I hope you guys love. That's all my plugs. And speaking of members here, quickly, I will read the Tribal Chiefs, and then we'll get into Phil Marks bookmarks. Don't worry, guys. Scully Vibes, Andre Adams, The God King, Bob Gilgamesh, LK, Sask Prophet, Peter JT, Chris Benoit, Jamie Earhart, Cruz Madrid, Derek Hans, Liam McBlain, Eric Galperin, Ninja Boy. Now, I'll shout you guys out on every member show, and I try to do that on PWT Podcast. But since there wasn't one, I'm doing it on the live show. Live shows are just silly fun time, okay? It's not really for shouting people out and handling business. But today, we had to handle some business, folks. So thank you all for letting me get all that out. And just to bring it back, we can talk about it a bit. We'll dive in. We got another from John JID here, and then we'll talk about Miss Cornette here. I hope tonight and for $5, thank you so much, John JID. It's good to see you here, man. Maybe later on you can tap in with me or something. We'll see. I hope tonight with Vince out of there, Triple H and Shawn surprise the hell out of us. They have the option to make this an occasion. Hope they take it. Well, here's what we got to talk about, and let's dive in. Thank you so much, John JD, for the super chat, and let's dive into Phil Marks' bookmarks here, because I have the card pulled up, and it's like the fact that this card and like this event has so many people talking and are excited, and like, when's the last time people were this really excited for an NXT, and it's got TNA presence, and we have all these folks online in the IWC coping like, oh you Fed fans pretending you like, guys, 51 of you watching, only 17 likes. Let's get those up to at least like 30-40 likes, you know what I mean? But I already dove into Phil Marks bookmarks for you guys. Come on. And you never know who will pop up on the show as well, so you better hit those likes, or they might not show up. But just the fact that like we have all these people in the IWC going like, who you guys didn't care about TNA until now and shit, and it's like, it's just false. And like, I don't know. It's just false, man. TNA used to have 2 million people watching. I remember I used to beg my dad, can I get the TNA pay-per-view? And he's like, tits and ass? What? No, no, you can't do that. And like, I would order them like when I was younger, I'd like beg my dad. I'd be like, no, you take my allowance, like put the $10 on the pay-per-view or whatever, like I used to love watching them. So it's just bullshit, just because like everyone wants to see AEW thrive too. Like Eric Bischoff's talked about it. Like even the people in the back of WWE when he worked there wanted AEW to thrive, but they just made everyone their enemy and shit. We have Mia Yim showing her Instagram stuff. She's a dime. Shout out Keith Lee. And she's, just doing media and all that before Battleground. And Battleground, I think, goes down in like half an hour. So we're just going to babble. We're going to do some news. We're going to talk about some stuff. But John JID, they have the opportunity to do something really special. I think with it being the Apex, that's a really... I don't know, man. It's a really cool thing. I know Meltzer tried to shit on it, but it's just so cool how the Apex now is They got I've watched a million of fight nights out of there, especially during the pandemic. So they gutted that cage out. They're going to put the ring in there. And I'm just so curious and fascinated to see with how it looks, how it sounds. It's not going to be like the biggest, most roaring crowd of all time. But yeah, I don't know. I think this is really cool. It just gives it a different look than the TV every week while still maintaining like what aesthetically is pleasing about NXT. I don't know. And yeah, let's give some predictions here. And let me just, before I do that though, I'm just going to check, make sure I sent the link out to everybody who may be wanting to hop in tonight. I think people are just waiting until the actual event starts. So, all right, we're good on that front. I hope you guys are hitting like. I'm about to get my prediction, Phil Mark's predictions about and thanks, guys. You're getting those likes up. 62 of you in here. We're at 25. Let's get 5 more. You hit that like. Let's get to 30. You know what I mean? So, Mia Yim, yeah, Scully Vibes is all about it tonight. So the Apex are a month in Arlington. I'd take the Apex and the Capitol Wrestling Center every time, man. One of the WWE hater pages is saying if AEW couldn't fill if AEW couldn't fill 700 seats, they'd be killed for it, SMH. Yeah, well, what about that, Scully Vibes? Like, WWE can fill 700 seats, no problem. That's not it. Even Dave was like, yo, it's dumb they're in the Apex because they could sell 5,000 seats to this event. It's like easily they could, but that's not the mission statement. They're trying to set up a residency in Vegas. How do you do that? Well, you use the UFC's plugs and politics in Vegas, and you show like a hotel. You show everyone in Vegas, hey, this is how we would produce a high-level PLE show in Vegas. You know what I mean? Like, we'll do our level up shows in Vegas, and then once a month, you'll get the PLE out of, or once every 2 months, the PLE will be out of Vegas as well. This is how it's going to look, and we produce it. They're going to take this video, and when they show it to the hotels and the places that pay big money for residencies, folks, they're going to show them this and go, this is what we did out of the Apex. If we had a similar place that we could build in, or we can just use the Apex and produce da-da-da-da-da. So like anyone boo-booing this, they just really don't understand showbiz. Now, provided I might have a little experience on that end, like, maybe not high level like WWE, but it's like, this is just very obvious with what WWE is trying to accomplish here with this. So anyone boo-booing on it's just completely foolish, man. Completely foolish. Let's predict what's going to happen here. I'm going to drink some soda water first. Is that okay, guys? On the pre-show, man, this lady they got working, I don't know her name, but she's awful, man. And not our friend of the show. Like, this lady's terrible, and she's reading a fucking prompter, and she doesn't know any of the wrestlers' names. It doesn't seem like. Seems like she's guessing. Yeah, who else? Perry Pack tonight. It's a Sunday. Hey, Phil and everyone. Casting Couch. No. First the Apex T-Mobile Arena, then Allegiant Stadium. Yeah, dude. It's just they're trying to show everybody, like, look, this is what the residency is going to look like one day. This is what we can do if given the opportunity. So, and it's good because UFC have to use the Apex more because they were doing all of their fight nights out of the Apex. But they stopped doing because all the MMA fans are, myself included, are like, hey, get the fight nights out of the Apex. Like, can we just get some fight nights on the road again in the smaller markets, so, or like the medium-sized markets, like only the pay-per-views were taking place outside of the Apex for a long time, ever since the pandemic. And so, UFC is going to need to use it more. And here you go. You know what I mean? Here's the perfect opportunity for WWE. And then, of course, Lola Vice, who you see her wearing, like, early on in the PWT days, at the very start, probably episode 1, you could go back, and I'm putting over a woman by the name of Lola Vice, aka Valerie Lareda, who competed in Bellator MMA prior. Her and her sister are both martial artists. And yeah, Valerie Lareda signed with NXT. And before I ever had a pod, I saw that and I was like, she's next up. And then by the time I started a pod, you know, she was sort of starting to come on TV and I'm going, yeah, what did I tell you guys? And yeah, she is an MMA shoot fighter, will beat your ass. I'll beat that ass, oh. I'll beat that ass, oh. But Lola Vice, yeah, so this is like a dream come true for her because she fought for Bellator, never UFC, but she was only like 3-0 or like her record's like 3-1 or something like that, 4-1. And she didn't have a lot of fights, so obviously Bellator was her ticket to, you know, go to like fight her way up and then eventually UFC, but then NXT got a hold of her, they scouted her, and then Bellator let her do her WWE journeys as they do. They let Jake Hager fight. They let or fight and wrestle. They let Bobby Lashley fight and wrestle, for instance. So, yeah, I believe they, you know, they had like Stephan Bonner was like fighting and wrestling. You know, Rampage Jet. They had a thing with TNA before Bellator did. So Lola, Bellator let her do her thing with WWE, but then Bellator got sold. They got bought up by the PFL. So basically, I think her contract's just null and void. And if she were to ever go back to MMA, I'm sure it would just be UFC, but there's no point. She's about to be she's like the next biggest thing in women's wrestling. Like she's coming from a class of women's wrestlers. Like, remember the 4 horsewomen, bro. This new class, you got Jada Parker, you got Lola Vice, you got even like girls that don't really stand out, like Fallon Henley. You know, they don't stand out maybe to the casual viewer, but right now, dude, I'm telling you, you know, they have Julia Gulia coming in, and you know, the next crop of women's talent is going to just be unbelievable. Sol Ruka, and then of course Jordan Grace, and yeah, a lot of people saying like, oh, what does AEW get in exchange for Jordan Grace? Or I mean, what does TNA get in exchange for Jordan Grace? When AEW did an exchange with TNA, at least Kenny Omega got ratings. And then I saw Marv, I saw everyone ratioing these idiots online and showing like, you know, Kenny Omega got record low TNA viewership despite Kenny being on the show. And no shots at Kenny. We love Kenny here, but it's just like, you know, it's not like what does I've just seen so many people like AEW Latin America fans. Like that's the account, right? And Matt Hardy even called this account out and was like, you guys are fucking weird. And they're just going under every tweet and being like, what do they get? What does TNA get? What Raw or SmackDown superstar will show up in TNA? And it's like, that's not the exchange, stupid. You know, like you PWT Universe, you guys know.
Yeah.
But that's not the exchange, stupid. The exchange is NXT TNA, which is appropriate. Now, who's the Raw SmackDown? When Natty shows up in TNA, is that not a Raw SmackDown star also? But she's also in NXT. So it's like these guys are just coping so hard with all of this. Yeah, we're gonna give some predictions here. Glasgow, Scotland too. So apparently that event is having trouble selling tickets. It's having troubles, not troubles, but they're at like 8K and it's set up for like 11, 12K and they're not sold out. But it's because they price the shit out of them. I got people, good listener, Liam McBlain, actually, who's one of our tribal chiefs here at PWT. He's in my DMs going like, yeah, he's like, it's too goddamn expensive, man. The tickets are outrageous and it's not sold out yet. And they were hoping that Glasgow card would like break the biggest gate or whatever, but it's not going to. Yeah, I don't know, but WWE's white hot, so you can afford to do that. You know, when you're as hot as they are, you can afford to up price the tickets. You know what I mean? 84 of you watching. Let's get those likes up to 69, chat. 69 in the chat. So, okay, tonight we have Michin Mia Yim. Or what is this? Sorry, this is the 6-woman North American title ladder match. Now, this is either going to be really good or really bad. I will say this. Mia Yim specifically was in one of those 6-woman ladder matches in NXT. Or it was like a multi-woman ladder, and it was phenomenal. So this low key could steal the show, or it's going to be a complete and utter shit show. Look for Sol Ruka to do something just absolutely crazy. Look for Mia Yim to take like a huge bump. Like she's willing to do some crazy shit. You know what I mean? Trust me on that. So look for Michin to take a crazy bump. Look for Sol Ruka to do some crazy shit, some sort of flip off something, a ladder, the Soul Snatcher off a ladder or something like that. To Michin. Who's your boy Phil Pick in chat? Who's in here? Kalani Jordan, Jada Parker. It's the first ever women's North American champ, right? So it's either going on Michin or Fallon Henley. It's one of those two. It's either and I can't don't you're picking all no, I gotta there's 6 people, right? So let's go with the first ever, either Fallon Henley to keep propelling her, because I know they see a lot in her, especially going forward in the future of WWE, and or else Michin, because she just deserves it, and she's like half main roster, half NXT, did a lot for NXT, does a lot for the main roster, is doing all the media, has a good following, is big on gaming and podcasting, you know, like has a good following in realms outside of just WWE, and I think they find value in that now more than Vince did. Yeah, gotta delete your Twitch. I don't even know what that is. The only thing I've ever seen Twitch is a lady on my private plane. What was she again? A lawyer. What was she again? I completely forgot. She's just my secretary. Chat. What was the girl again? Janelle Grant. What was she? Who cares? Yes, she was my personal secretary. She had a stewardess. Sol Ruka is fine. Saw Ryback unblocked you. Me too. For $2. Yeah, John JID. I don't know. I tried to put myself over. I was like, man, I talked about it a few days ago, how he blocked me for no reason, and then he unblocked me. Everyone listens to PWT Pod, but people were like, nah, he just unblocked everyone. And I was like, okay, that's fair enough. But still, Mrs. Cornette listens to the show, which means Jim has definitely heard it by proxy. No, he's probably heard it or is aware of it in some capacity. So, yeah, but it's cool, man. I've been DMing with fucking people I never thought I'd ever be talking to as of late. That's the truth, man. So, but yeah, Sol Ruka is fine. Paralegal, that's a good one. Or what was it, man? I was out with my brother. He told me a hilarious one. Oliver Sudden. In the chat. Yo, I'm gonna write that one in the chat. Oliver Sudden. This should be a wrestling name right there, dude. That's golden, dude. Okay, I'm gonna tag you. Look at the new photos inside the Apex. Yeah, I saw some. We'll show them on the show here. Oh, no doubt she's told Jim about it for sure. You know what I mean? For sure. And here's the thing too. I've been shout out Mrs. Corney if she's listening. And I've been critical of Jim too, or I've at least presented things, and that's how you know that they're fair people. They're fair folk. You know, they're not just, and that's, you know, you got to respect everyone like that who's willing to listen. You know, give the criticism, take the criticism. You got to do both. Okay. Predictions, though. The 6-woman North American ladder match, I'm picking Michin or Fallon Henley. We move up here. We have a triple threat. Joe Coffey, Obafemi, Wes Lee. Either Coffey's there to take the fall so Wes Lee gets his belt back, and then Obafemi snaps out on Wes Lee, and then we get like a Wes Lee Obafemi program proper. Or Obafemi pins Coffee, and then Wes Lee's like, yo, I didn't get pinned though. Me and you, da-da-da-da-da. But either way, we're getting like a Wes Lee Obafemi continuation from this. You know what I mean? That's, to me, that's the right move. Also, you could position Femi into like NXT title challenger, but I just think like give Trick his run, let him beat Ethan Page. We're gonna get into it, but obviously like Noam Dar, Folksy Shout out Alicia Fox too, Vix Crow. Probably listening in. Foxy. Noam Dar, though, he's probably going to get involved in this and start and screw Ethan Page in like a babyface way. You got to think, because Ethan Page and then like Oro and the Metaphor, they all got a feud now, right? Because like Ethan Page is beating them all up and they're getting over, so it's time they babyface turn, especially with Lash Legend being like dating Trick Williams and shit. You guys know what I'm saying? So that's the progression of it. But I jumped ahead a little bit there. Let me look. What am I looking at? So Lola Vice, I covered that. Her dream come true. Former Bellator competitor, taking on Shayna Baszler in an NXT Underground. Now, I'm not a big fan of like the MMA style matchup in pro wrestling. I feel like that's what makes pro wrestling great. Like you can explain why wrestlers pin for 3 seconds, and you can explain why you can't punch or you don't want to punch with closed fists. You can explain why certain techniques are illegal because or wrestlers don't punch with closed fists because they have to fight multiple times in 1 week, whereas an MMA fighter might only fight 3 times in a year. A pro wrestler might have to fight 3 times this weekend, Cole. You know, so like that's where you can use pro wrestling to differentiate that. But this is like a way to get Lola over, show some skills, do the shoot work, shoot style. Shayna Baszler and them just did Bloodsport, you know, GCW, Josh Barnett, Bloodsport. So obviously Lola's going to win. It's her time. Baszler's going to put her over. It's the right thing to do. And I'm okay with this because it's these two ladies and they can both really shoot. But otherwise, man, it's just, you know, having someone be like proficient at MMA and then be a pro wrestler, that's like an angle you can take of what makes them different or whatever. Denisha Lane for $2. Thank you so much. Can I mod Phil? I DM Discord if possible. Thanks. Yeah, DM me on Discord and I'll get back to you. And you know what? I might need a mod. So, and I see you here all the time, Denisha. So absolutely, let's chop it up a bit. And if we catch a vibe, then definitely I'll consider that. And thank you so much for asking, because it actually would, you know what I mean? It actually would be helpful. So Bloodsport is dope. PWT is also dope. Yes. When I was a kid, I grew up in a small town. They had a guy there named Joe Coffey that everyone thought was the baddest dude ever. Well, it might just be this guy. So moving up the card here. Okay, Perry Pack time, guys. Let's just we're gonna Perry Pack it, guys. Who's with me in Minecraft? Oh yeah. So moving up the card, we have the NXT Tag Team Championship. Axiom and Nathan Frazier versus the Good Brothers. I don't really like this Axiom Nathan Frazier team. I gotta be honest. Let me think here. I'm trying to just think of the story thus far. And then the Good Brothers kind of beat. So like this week, I think the Good Brothers like jumped them outside of like a signing or something. Probably the Good Brothers will just help put these guys over. I don't know, man. This one's tough for me. This is the one where I go, I don't really know who the winner's going to be. I'll just say Axiom and Nathan Frazier against my better judgment. I want to say Good Brothers, but I just have a feeling that, well, let's think about it. So we're going to crown a new champ. Obafemi would probably defend if I had to bet my life on it. So let's say the tag titles change hands, because I think Jordan Grace is going to lose this match somehow to Roxanne. And then I think Ethan Page is also going to lose. But can both of the Invaders lose? Damn, or does Jordan Grace win that NXT belt, take it to Slammiversary, do an open challenge, like Natty takes the TNA belt, and then they switch, and then Natty does a tour as the Knockouts champ, and then Jordan does a tour as the NXT champ. This is all really could happen. You guys know what I mean? And by all reports, by all accounts, this relationship goes further than what people think. Like people think it's just minor interactions. It's really not. Those are my predictions, guys. Hopefully we're right about those. So yeah, I guess to recap, I got Michin, I got Henley, I got Femi, I got Lola, I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna say Jordan Grace wins the NXT Women's. There you go. I'm gonna say Axiom and Frazier defend, and then Trick defends, and that's my. Those are my predictions. Here we were talking about it. Here's Mrs. Corny's DM to me after following me like a couple weeks ago. I enjoy your show. Very funny. I won't read you. We DM'd a little bit back and forth, but that was very cool. It was very cool to have happen. I got some funny stuff. So here, sorry, I'm just watching. So Ethan Page got jumped at the hotel by Metaphor. So he's pulling up at the hotel, he gets jumped, and they're all throwing blows and trading punches. So that's pretty funny. We have a lot of Dave to get to, of course. Of course we do. I'm sure you guys can see by all of the news I'm clicking on. So speaking of TNA NXT, though, here is a couple of fellows crapping on, I don't know, people are sharing this, and Top Dollar was like, man, these guys give bitches zero orgasms or something. But I don't know, they're shitting on Tony D'Angelo and AJ Francis, I guess. Let's hear what they have to say.
My goal here is to book the worst Heritage Cup match ever seen. Tony D'Angelo versus Top Dollar. we got one guy as a fake rap mogul, the other guy is a fake mob boss. You put them together, get this match out of the way. It's the bathroom break merch match. My goal.
So this is like their fantasy Mark book. I guess I'll give them an X-Files, but I don't know. People took offense to that. I think that's whatever. It's just his opinion, but yeah, would you guys book that on as the bathroom break, D'Angelo versus Top Dollar? I think those guys would work like a good program and make like a really good story out of it. Personally, right? If you had NXT writers and shit, and you had D'Angelo the character and Francis his character, and it's like, I think that would be an awesome program, actually. So yeah, fuck whatever these guys. I don't know them, but fuck whatever they're talking about. So yeah, man, we got a lot. I'm gonna circle back to the AEW stuff. You guys know what I'm saying? You know how I do. I got a lot to share with you guys though today, and I was looking forward to the show a lot. I swear I had more on the WWE TNA NXT thing that I wanted to, of just people saying like, he's gotten Trick Williams to an emotional place. So what happens when Trick Williams gets emotional? I swear I bookmarked more. Does he take his eye off? In case you missed it, yeah, we got awful. We find out in the main event. Yeah, we got a lot of these. We're gonna go through a bunch of these. A lot of these are AEW related though, that I'm gonna circle back to. Hopefully the show, 3 minutes here until it starts. 101 of you in here. If you're just tuning in, we're just sort of sifting through the bookmarks, and you guys hit that like on the way in and out. So here, so NXT ratings, and this is via @Sitting in Gorilla, and he says, if Ethan Page and Jordan Grace outdraw AEW Dynamite, Ethan Page is a star, but TK just doesn't know how to book talent. And here's like their ratings, right? So look at like how NXT's, you guys, we look at the ratings all the time for AEW shows. Like it's always high, then it just collapses to the earth, then it goes up a bit, then it sort of goes down, then it slowly just goes down. The interest of this whole show, like it goes up, man. Like they I don't care what anyone says. Like this is NXT. beating Dynamite in the ratings consistently now. They've been doing it. I don't care. So everyone boo-booing and like now people want to shit on Ethan Page because WWE made people interested in what he has going on for once. And AEW wasn't able to do that. Now people are gonna boo-boo on Ethan Page, and people are gonna try and take shots at TNA. They were all drooling all over TNA's balls when AEW was crossing over with TNA. And also the whole time for years, man, WWE's used TNA. WWE's been cool with TNA for years, bro. They've used their footage for years. Tons of documentaries. They brought them up on air. Like, it's years that they've all been good, man. So I just don't know like what we're talking about here when it comes to these ratings. Like, just take Big Bang and whatever the overruns are out of it and just look at these numbers. Trick Williams is outdrawing AEW, period. So yeah, I don't know, man. That's the end of the discussion right there. You know, I've beaten this horse to death multiple times. So yeah, but we've just had a lot of cope and a lot of haterade, if you will, and just people. Dave, we'll get into that in a second. I like to group all the Dave stuff together. But yeah, it's been kind of gross because we all want to see TNA thrive. I thought it's enjoy wrestling. But now it's like you're not allowed to enjoy it if I didn't know about it 10 years ago. So what if Jordan Grace went on NXT and got a bunch of people to go, well, let me check out TNA. That's the point, right? Whereas nobody's come on AEW. Pause. Nobody's come onto AEW TV from CMLL and made everyone go, oh, I got to go watch CMLL. That's never happened. So that's like the whole point of what we're doing here, right? So let's look. Here's Dynamite the day after. So let's look here, man. Like, look at where NXT's ending. 778. Look at where, because we're not talking overruns, right? So I'm not counting NXT's overrun, not counting Dynamite's overrun. That's bullshit. We're not counting this 967 from Big Bang for Dynamite. We're not counting whatever the fuck is before this, because they don't ever count whatever the fuck's before NXT, because they don't play that stupid game. Okay? So, look at this. Okay? 976, 786, whatever, but they kept that number. They end with a 778. They end with a 768. Consistently, 714, they hit the same low, right? They hit the same peak. So, like, how is NXT? It's the same as Dynamite, if not doing better. Period. There's no other way to break these charts down, bro. Chat, are you guys looking at the same thing as me? Let's go. Come on. Battlegrounds is starting. This just entering in looks phenomenal. Wow, they really added a bunch of seats in there. Dude, this looks awesome, man. This looks awesome. I'm going to turn this up. She just said sexy muff, red. Like she's about to drop a motherfucker. She's dressed like Booker T and she's twerking, dude. Booker T's going to lose his shit. They're just not they're showing it on the PLE, but then the hard camera goes away. They know to just. Okay, we're getting we're getting wild tonight already. Here we go. Chat, who's with me? You guys excited? Air horn for So I want to talk about some NXT talent and TNA talent while we are, on the topic of it. So, and WWE talent. So this is a funny video. Here's Liv Morgan, like trolling Dom. She literally went or paid someone.
There's a war going on outside. No man could run, but you can't hide forever from these.
And those are Dom's posts on IG. She liked every one of them, man. Insane.
Wait, crooks, they never around when the beef cooks in my part of town. It's similar to Vietnam.
Man, that's such a good, like, just working the gimmick, dude.
Can change your fortunes forever.
How many seats did WWE fit in the Apex? A bunch, dude. A bunch extra. Yeah, they've stuffed a bunch in there, dude. Lucky guy. Yeah, dude. Dom is he's just killing it, man. So we have some more like just WWE and TNA talent news and AEW talent. Alicia Tout, MJF's girlfriend, Canadian, I believe, looking gravy. But the cat's out of the bag. She officially works for AEW every Wednesday for Dynamite, and that's MJF's girlfriend. So a little nepotiz. And then here's neckbeards. How times have changed, and Alicia Tout famously tweeted from a AEW show, "The body odor in this arena tonight is putrid." But yeah, we're watching NXT, and there was a story that sort of broke from an interview with Adrian Hernandez and Trick Williams, who's in the main event tonight. He talks about CM Punk, and he says CM Punk has been a mentor, a blessing, and a positive light for everyone in NXT since his return to WWE. Oh no!
It's great.
Oh no! He's a cancer. I feared for my life. I completely feared for my life. It was complete cancer. Oh my God. Guys, WrestleMania from the Sphere when that happens.
This is great.
But yeah, Trick Williams says Punk has helped him out with a few things, and if fans knew about the things he's learned from Punk, they would be very grateful. Round of applause for the cancer, folks. So crazy how just the perception on Punk has changed so much. Booker T, next pod will be funny. Shout out Hall of Fame. Shout out Hall of Fame. Yeah, I love that show, dude. I love that pod. Shout out Book. He's going to be going crazy here. They put a bunch of seats in here. The marketing's great. They made the building look great. The way that they're showing, like, oh, look, we gutted out the Apex and filled it with WWE. People were hating too, and they were like, oh, there's going to be no appeal. There's going to be no crossover. I don't think the crossover exists there's no overlap anymore.
Dummy, yeah.
It's like, yeah, there is, dude. When you're doing sports-based wrestling, there's a lot of overlap in WWE. There's a reason so many professional athletes and sports players fucking love WWE. Here we go. Sol Ruca, we're kicking it off with the ladder match. Let's go. I cannot wait. So here, let's pull up this card once more. But guys, you know how I do during the packages and during everything. We'll dive into the bookmarks. We'll talk about stuff. We'll laugh at stuff. Dude, what the hell is Sol Ruca doing in the Matrix? She just like bounced and spun and yeah, Sol Ruca's just incredible. She could win it too. Andre Adams, what's up, bro? Yeah, Sol Ruca is mighty fine looking. All these ladies are, bro. All these ladies are. And fellas, for the ladies who here we go, out the mud, baby. So that's why they stuck Jada with OTM, was because Scripps was like, I'm out of here, you know?
One book where you've gotten to know certainly has the it factor, as you point out.
Yeah, I mean, she has that it factor, no doubt. She has a thing where she just can't teach her. It's like deja vu, like she's been there before. Big.
Yeah, Jada is just she's a future star, just oozing. Meechin's got it too, though, man. She's come a long way again. Oh, you don't like TNA? Been a fan of hers forever. I got to give my undivided attention to this NXT show tonight. Unlike yeah, don't worry, man. We are, and we're chatting here with PWT. Yeah, dude, Jada is caked up. We baking cakes in here, mother. Now, I'm saying it's going to be... I mean, Sol Ruka could win it because she's so goddamn popular. But to me, I just think WWE has tremendous stock and, like, plans for Fallon Henley moving forward. Like, in the main roster and stuff, too. Like, she'd fit in the main roster, like, right now. You know? She'd fit in there perfectly. But Meechin is just... She also deserves a strap and a run, and she's popular. But NXT is about getting the younger talent over, so. Yeah, all these girls. We're just going to thirst over all these girls, bruvs. It's what's going to happen. All these ladies, man. They're all... Yeah, dude. Lash Legend is thick, too. Thirst cast, guys. It's turned into a thirst cast. I just hope no one gets hurt. I get nervous when, and it's not like a sexist thing, it's just like when the ladies start doing these ladder matches and hardcore, I get nervous. You know what I mean? And it's just, I don't know, that protector, and I don't know what it is, but it's like, I know they can handle their own, you know what I mean? But it's just like, God damn, you know, I get nervous when these ladies start flying off furniture and hitting each other with stuff, you know? They don't even need to be doing all that to get over, but I think this will blow our expectations away with the women who are in it. I just have tremendous faith in like Parker and Ruka and Michin to be like the vet. Like Michin's the one in there calling the like, you know, she's the glue, she's the foundation of the match in there, 100%. Kalani's got tremendous potential as well, but I don't see it yet personally. It's not my thing yet. Tremendous athlete though, like if you watch her matches, but just not whatever it is, it's just it's very cheerleadery to me still. Does that make sense, guys? Bianca Belair was like that for a long time. Tiffany was like that early on for me too. I was like, it's too cheerleadery, but they come into their own. Now, a lot of these girls, like, you know, it's crazy. They're already doing ladder matches this early in their career, but I mean, you got to learn sometime. And okay, that was cool.
You all right, bud? Yeah. I know I asked you. I'm going to stop asking because I really, you know. Yeah, we're moving. Take a look in the ring. Jada Parker.
Here we go.
Legitimately on our desk. And Meechin.
They should scale it to size for women I'm seeing in chat. Yeah, that is not a bad idea. That isn't a bad idea at all, really. Yeah, so I was telling you guys before, my other mic, like it got it was like the cord, something went awry. I didn't want to, I just was like, I'm running out and buying one.
So, you know, I spent like $200 on a mic. It's cool. My other one was like much more expensive and like way nicer and quote unquote higher quality and everything. I'm not gonna lie, I like this newer mic I got. It's a cheaper one. It's way better. I'm able to like sit back and you guys still hear me clearly and stuff. It's just it's way better. Like it's just a better setup I have now because of this. The other one was it had to stay more still, you know, like if I moved it at all, it'd start bugging out and everything. So here we go. Oh, drop kick ladder. Boom. Okay. Good bump on the outside. Lash still doesn't look relaxed. Yeah, I'd be nervous though. Like, here's the other thing too. It's not like this is a different kind of nerves. It's not like, oh, we're in front of this huge crowd. This is nerves like, oh, we're this is like a new building, like a first thing. They know what I was preaching at the start of this show, that the dirt sheets and none of the news and none of these op-ed guys want to talk about, because they don't talk about it. They don't even think about this shit. That's why people listen to PWT. Yeah.
This is great.
And it's because, yeah, this is the tape. This is the videotape. Sol Ruca, just phenomenal. This is the tape, though. They're going to show everyone in Vegas who's looking for a WWE residency, or if they build their own thing and just do their own. But that's like an investment. There's some casino that would pay them to have WWE be a residency for sure. So like casino hotel combo, right? So they're going to look to do that first. And then maybe like UFC just invested in all their own shit. So maybe they'll, like, UFC invested in their own fucking Fight Island. You know what I mean? So WWE will do that down the line. But as of now, it's like, they're just, you know, they're probably just investing in, or they're not looking to invest as much as have people invest in them. You guys dig what I'm saying? Sorry, they're doing crazy spots and I'm getting distracted here. Oh, yo, that suplex. Woo. High angle, dude. Like, do you know why? So the rumors were that, like, in NXT, you know, they're starting to work stiffer style, especially the women are told out there to go and work stiffer, higher angle suplexes, because they're gonna give wrestlers more time off all around, main roster and NXT. They're gonna give wrestlers more time off and more rest period and stuff. Not AEW level, but you're going to get more time off to rest and stuff. But they want people to be harder hitting, high angle suplexes, and get everyone used to that style, especially with Stardom, Marigold and Julia Gulia and Rossi Ogawa training the women, or like cultivating the women and all of that. In Stardom, it's much harder hitting. And apparently because Julia's coming in, they've told the whole roster, like, you guys are going to start going more strong style, right? And we just saw, boom. We saw Michin get German right on her neck. We saw her give one right back to Sol Ruca. So, yeah, I mean, it's evident in the style. Jade is cooking, yeah. Michin too, dude. Like, she's just there making everyone look good, and she looks mighty good. This is the Thirst Cast, guys.
I just think she's representing metaphor, man. She's representing tonight. She's representing Noam Dar, Meltzer.
That's why I go back to the mention. It's her head in the game, and everything going on is Meech just got dropped.
So they got a ladder set up on the outside of the ring, and then they got ladders set up. And then they got ladders set up just all over here. Lash is reaching.
Nice counter. Yeah, she's able to put down Michin. She's able to put to sleep. That's one less superstar that Michin, if she's out, the Lash has to worry about.
Yeah, not the right strategy right there. In a matchup like this.
Okay, they got a 3-way sleeper going on. A 4-way sleeper. And I was going to say that Michin is a taller lady, but Lash is even bigger than her, which is awesome. There's a lot of ladies with size, too, in NXT. And just WWE in general. This is a bit fake. Yeah, I mean, that spot, I mean, whatever. They go back to it. They're going to climb the ladder with 3 people. See, they're just trying to, with the ladder matches and shit, they've just ran out of stuff to do. Like, realistically, the Hardys and Edge and Christian and the Dudleys did everything. So what else is there to do? You know what I mean?
Kalani's by herself, but that door quickly shuts. And Jada back in control. Look, this is one of the reasons you always.
Damn, they're just torturing her. Sheesh. They're stretching her out. Pause.
In the back, seeing her concept come to.
Yeah, dude, that was a weird like spot there where they just stretched her out. They should have milked it. I feel like they're not milking anything in this match. They're just trying to get every little thing in, and so we're not seeing anything like have time to breathe. You know what I mean? That's just my assessment thus far. What's up, guys? W, yeah, dude. W's in the chat. Yeah, super kick. Here we go. Oh, dude, Sol Ruka. Getting bulldogged on the ladder. There we go. There's some lucha spots kind of botched, but Fallon Henley doing her. She's good, man. Fallon is really good, and I'm telling you, like, she's gonna get called up. I just don't. She might win this belt, but I don't even see them giving her a belt. I just see her being a call up that just gets called up right away. You know. Alt Jake in the chat, you're talking about people like smoking up on the strip there in Vegas. I want to know too, because I want to go to Mania and I smoke. You know what I mean? I like the Perry pack in Minecraft. So transitioning to a new laptop, but still found time to check out the live for PWT. That's what it's all about, baby. Yeah, thank you. Soul's fighting. Yeah, I'm. Oh no, please! I'm getting nervous, guys. I don't want anyone to get hurt. Shucky ducky quack quack. Oh my God, Soul, what are you gonna do? Okay, what's happening? I'm so nervous. Jeez, that made me nervous. That made me nervous. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us on the show, your friend, my friend. Oh my God, they just murdered Lash Legend. Your friend, my friend, and believe it or not, Mrs. Cornette is a fan of Awful. She told me that she thoroughly enjoys, specifically when myself and Awful get together. Here he is, Awful Wrestling. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, Awful? How you doing tonight, bruv?
You watching this match?
Yeah, are you?
I am.
What are your thoughts thus far?
It's all good. I can't stop looking at their thigh belts. That's just me.
The booties.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude.
No, the thigh belts. I didn't say booties. They're thigh belts.
Okay.
Come on, now. Trying to get me divorced out here?
Yeah, I was just gonna say you're a married man, Awful. I know. You got to tiptoe around the vernacular there. So yeah, this
What's
match.
Going on, chat? What's going on, Phil? What's happening?
Yeah, chat's happy to see you. So Awful, man. How you feeling today? You know, Mrs. Cornette, man. She complimented you as well, my good friend, when she messaged me there. So kudos, man. Pat yourself on the back. How does that make you feel?
I guess I feel all right. I saw that she followed me on Twitter today.
There you go, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, dude, we're over like Rover. What can I say? Yeah, that's why awful. I've been DMing you, bud, about about
I
this
know,
and that,
I've been-
man. We gotta...
You know what I did? I checked your DM, and then I pulled out my calculator real quick.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, let's see what these numbers are.
Let's do.
We'll
Oh, the
talk
Soul
later.
Snatcher. Yeah, no, we'll talk more about it, man. We'll talk more about
Are you
it.
on
but yeah,
Peacock, Bill?
what's that, my good friend?
Are you on Peacock?
Of course.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so we have
Nice move.
Kalani now fighting. Okay, sorry. My predictions for this is I said Michin or Fallon Henley. But Sol Ruka is also a good favorite. Do you have any thoughts or predictions on this?
Yeah, see now, of course, I don't watch NXT because I gotta do the Toonie Talk Wrestling. But Homegirl, the big girl, Legend,
Yeah.
she's got no facial expressions. She's
No,
got
but
to
give her
get
time.
over that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
give her time on that. Give her time on that.
If she wants to go the Rhea Ripley route, she's got to start to emote.
Well, her whole gimmick is like there. She's kind of like a
Megan
has
Thee
been sort
Stallion.
of like, oh wow, they gave it to Kalani. Wow. Okay.
What am I late on my own Peacock? I'm watching her climb the ladder right now. Oh, now she got the. That was quick. Okay, a little anticlimactic.
I don't know if that's a botched finish. I don't know what's up with that, but Kalani, none of us, I don't think, expected her, if anybody, to win. We're all dummies.
Yeah.
But the point of NXT is to elevate the younger talent. So, and I told you guys, I was like, I don't even think Henley needs a belt. I think they'll just main roster her. They obviously see an upside in Kalani. This ladder match wasn't as good as I thought it was going to be. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, you thought it was going to be good, huh?
Yeah, I thought it was going to because the last time NXT did like a women's 6-woman ladder match like this, I was like, this is going to be trash. And then it was so good. So I was like, I bet it will be another one like that because I think it's going to be not good. So I bet it'll end up being like way better than I thought. And what did I tell you guys, though? Mia Yim's going to do the crazy bumps and get everyone over. That's what she did. We didn't see a crazy soul snatcher off a ladder or anything. We just saw a regular, but that move's cool. Oh, yeah, we did right there. Sorry, I'm an idiot. So I missed it. Yeah. They replayed it. Yeah. So there you go. I called that one too. So I was right about that. And then I was just wrong about, goddamn, the girl who I said, I don't see it yet. She's too cheerleader-ish. That's the one who wins. So leave it to HBK to book better than your boy Phil, I guess, because whatever plans they have, hey, I have faith in it.
What do you think of the belt, Phil?
I mean, it's cool, man. I like the design of that. It's just the boys. It's just the male version, but with a white belt, like they do for the women. So it's a nice belt. It looks nice and everything. But
who is
I don't
this
know.
broad?
Yeah, Meechin's like smiling. Yeah, see, her job's just to be like, I'm the vet, the glue, keeping everything together here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to
She's
feel
a cutie,
about that.
though. She's got Sasha Banks written all over.
Sure. And but that's in the history books, guys. That's who won the first ever women's North American title of NXT. Strange choice, honestly. But good for them and good for her. And hopefully she makes the most of the run. The match was pretty solid. I will not be mad at it at all. I guess it got over what it was trying to do. A bunch of shit just to get the fans off their seats to start. Right. And get everybody excited. So I don't know. I'm okay. But 0 for 1 so far, picks wise. I was way off. Who would have known? Awful. Your thoughts looking at this card? Anything that stand out to you? Any match you're particularly looking forward to or predictions?
When I look at this thing, it always reminds me like, am I an E-shill? Fuck no, I'm not an E-show. I don't know half of these people on this card, but I am looking forward to the Roxanne Jordan Grace match. And Ethan Page, I mean, he hasn't. I'll tell you what, Ethan Page throws a great fucking working punch.
Oh yeah,
he beat the shit out of Trick Williams. Yeah. It looked brutal. It looked great.
Absolutely, man.
And that, these other guys at the bottom there. Maybe Shayna Baszler. I always like Shayna Baszler. I don't think they used her correctly or are using her correctly.
Yeah.
But she's okay. I like her. I like her. I like the one she did. When she was in NXT. Long time ago.
I was a fan of Baszler since before she was even in the UFC. Even like I was before UFC even had
women.
Or
something.
No, she just fought in like random whatever, like Strike Force and like whatever leagues, before UFC even had women's MMA, women's divisions. I was familiar with Shayna. So, and then Lola as well. I was familiar with her in her MMA time during Bellator. I was going over it when the show started. So I'm looking forward to that one too, even though as an MMA mark, I'm not a fan of MMA style matches in WWE. I got to be perfectly honest.
Right.
So,
dude, you know what? When you look up these ladies wrestlers, when you look up these female wrestlers, it's a real thin line between that and porno stars, boy. You type in Roxanne Perez or Jada Parker, and you're like, oh my goodness, we're cutting it real close here. I tell you, Jesus.
Man, you're wiling the fuck out all the time, awful. No, but you're right. I mean, that could be the same with the dudes too, right? Like Trick Williams. I'm sure there's some fucking.
I don't fucking know. What do you know?
I don't know, dude. I'm just saying. I'm sure there's some of these names. Joe Coffey. Come on. You can't tell me there's not some BBC guy out there with with the name Joe Coffey. Come on, dude. It's like tailor-made. Not one super kick. I'm reading the chat. Chat's hilarious tonight, guys. So yeah, other than that though, the Apex, are you liking the look of it?
The coalition. What's that?
The UFC Apex. Are you do you like the aesthetic of it, the way it looks, the way it feels so far?
It doesn't strike me as anything different than what they got going on in Full Sail.
Right.
I think they could have danced it up just a little bit. Those walls in the background, the gray walls or whatever, that line the top near the ceiling, those should have been darkened. I mean, it looks like a warehouse. But then again, I didn't really look at the full scope of the arena. So,
yeah, I think that's sort of like what they're going for a little bit too. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
As far as looks, sorry, I'm just okay. So, I don't know what match is next, but we should talk about it because everybody's talking about it. Ricochet has given notice, awful, that he intends to leave WWE when his current contract expires this summer. He's expected to be ridden out of WWE storylines very soon in advance of the contract expiration. Some people made the joke, what storyline? Also, Andrade just beat Ricochet for the Speed Championship, if you pay attention to that tournament format that they do on Twitter. Ricochet leaving.
How's that going over anyway?
It was pretty good. They get millions and millions of views and stuff, right? But it's not like anyone's really talking about it. But ultimately, though, awful, just your thoughts on Ricochet leaving WWE. Will Ospreay was saying, oh, I love Ricochet. And so obviously they talked behind closed doors because why was Ospreay just putting that shit out there? And obviously they were talking and Ricochet's like, yeah, dude,
I'm coming over.
I guess he's just like, I'm going to, and then he actually responded to one tweet. Like he hasn't tweeted yet, but he responded to Ryan Satin, one of Ryan Satin's tweets and was like, yeah, they have no idea what I can do or some shit like that. I didn't bookmark it. I should have. But ultimately, it's like Ricochet's going to go wrestle over here, probably in AEW, right? Will Ospreay was like, oh, I'd love to wrestle him, bruv. So obviously Will wasn't just talking out of his ass, and he knew that Ricochet was probably going to leave. A lot of people are saying, oh, but Samantha Irvin's his fiance. And it's like, so, dude, wrestlers work different companies all the time. Like, that's not that big of a deal. But do you think, like, my prediction is Ricochet, I think this is good for him because anywhere else he goes in the world, he's going to be treated like top shit and he'll make tons of money. And WWE, they're never going to make him world champ. And this is just going to give room for like another mid-card type whatever guy to come in and fill a slot and maybe get over more than him. So I don't see a negative in this, and it's not like the door's shut. It's not like he can never come back to WWE one day and finish his career. But now it got me thinking, if I'm going to X-Files it, okay, if I can, it got me thinking, well, shit, is Tony Khan just going to actually job Swerve to fucking Ospreay? Because no one gives a shit. All anyone's talking about is Ospreay versus Ricochet at All In or on the big stage now. Finally, we can see their flip match that they did in the video game match they did in Japan in 2016. We can see it now in AEW. So like now I'm thinking that Tony Khan's really going to have Will Ospreay beat Swerve at Forbidden Door and then have Ricochet versus Ospreay at All In, because I think I could just see Tony Khan being a mark enough to do that. But I also don't see Ricochet just exclusively going to AEW, folks. So anyone wondering what your boy Phil thinks, I don't think Ricochet will just stay in AEW like exclusively. I think he will like go to Japan, go to TNA. I think he'll just go, but you want to like a Mustafa Ali.
Who is it exclusive to AEW? They go everywhere.
Exactly.
Allows them to go everywhere.
And so so my prediction is he leaves, he just shows up all over the place. We see him have a match in MLW, like he's one of those guys who floats all over, gets a huge bag everywhere. But then I do see him wrestling in AEW like regularly or frequently, but I don't see him signing there full time. Because if he does, man, I think he knows too, like what's going to happen. He's just going to be floundered and buried. He'll have one good match against Ospreay, whatever. Then they'll just do nothing with him. So I see him floating around, working for a bunch of different places, and I'm actually pumped for him. I think this is one of those guys where it's good for everybody. He'll go make more money outside of WWE, get treated like a top guy, and have creative freedom outside of WWE, which is what he wants in WWE. And then WWE.
Hold up, Phil. Time out.
Yeah.
What makes you think that he's going to get more money? Isn't Tony Khan strapped for cash?
No, not when it comes to.
I thought he was broke.
No, not when it comes to signing guys that he's a mark for, like Ricochet. He'll sign them for. He's got infinity bucks for that. And what I'm saying is that he'll get more money by, like, if he just does like a one-off or a few dates for TNA, they'll give him a bunch more money. Like, do you know what I mean, dude? If he goes to AEW, Tony's going to give him a shitload of money, and he's going to get to fight Edge for the fucking TNT title or whatever. You know what I mean?
Here's your chance, Tony. Here's your chance to sit down a WWE guy behind the desk and look at him straight in the eye and be like, what can you give to me? What can you give to me? Can you bring in 40,000 more fucking viewers to the program?
No,
can you give to me one extra ticket in sales? If not, here's $60,000 a year, goddammit, and you're gonna have to work your way up for it. Seriously, that's how Tony needs to be running this business, or excuse me, this hobby of his.
I tweeted out that I don't want to hear no talk about Ricochet is gonna be a game changer, or oh look, Ricochet didn't draw no viewers, because no one's ever expected that from him in WWE or anything, man. All we expect from him is to put on good, like, holy shit moments on a TV show. He's like the flippy match not break, but like he's the guy
so they
who
flip it and make it and put it on Rampage. I mean, my goodness.
No. Well, like AEW, I'm just saying, like WWE, bro. Like, I don't know if you've ever been to a WWE show, but Ricochet comes out and like fans love his shit. Women love watching him flip around and shit. Like for live shows and for the show. Like, dude, you can't lie. I'm sure you enjoy flippy shit sometimes too. It just can't be the whole goddamn card is flippy, false finish, flippy. So it's like Ricochet's good for that. He can put that match on for WWE. So he was never supposed to be like a ratings grabber or a game changer. I've never viewed him as a guy. He's just supposed to be that guy who comes in and does some crazy shit, and you go, oh my God, that was awesome. You know? You remember that flippy guy? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So like, I don't want to hear like him go to AEW and then AEW contrarians come out and go, oh, look, Ricochet couldn't draw. Like, and I don't want to hear no AEW fans either going, Ricochet's a game changer, because like he's neither of those things, you know. We just want to, you know, I'm just happy he's gonna go, you know, put on great matches. He's that guy where it's like, oh, Ricochet, he just puts on the great fucking match. You know what I mean? Like where he flips.
We've gone 2 minutes talking about how Ricochet puts on a great match. Not 1 second devoted to his terrible promos. Not 1 second devoted to his.
Yeah, don't let him talk. Give him a manager. Like I'm not talking about give him the
so he
stick
can
and let him
mean
be
mug
the
with
next.
his same face. Give me a. He's not. Listen. He's great. Okay, he's great for the opening match. That's about it.
Bro, when he was Prince
Seen
Puma in Lucha Underground, he was the
Lucha
shit
Underground.
because he didn't talk. He wore a mask and he was the shit, and he had a manager and everything. That's all I'm telling you, bro. Like
and he was in a locker room full of people who could do the same thing that he could do.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, man, I don't know. I really love Ricochet. I've been a fan of his for a long time. He was the guy that I saw in Indies as a scrawny little fucking dude. And I was like, that. And I would point to Ricochet literally, and I would go like, and I'd tell my friends or whoever, like, yo, this guy's the type of indie guy that'll never make it in WWE or anything like that. I used to genuinely think that. I was like, look, he's just so scrawny. He's just doing these moves because he can do them. Bro, fast forward all these years later, I'm a huge fan of his. He's an Intercontinental champ. I don't know. Shout out Ricochet, and he's going to do good, I guess, against Ospreay or wherever he lands. We know he's doing that Ospreay match for $1 million. Don't worry, I see Super Chat. I'm just chopping it up here with Awful. So, Awful, I want your thoughts on Ricochet. Where does he land? Etc. etc. I babbled for 2 minutes. I want your thoughts. You babble for 2 minutes.
Well, let's hope he doesn't land on his head anytime soon. But one of the things that we should have, I'm not a naysayer, Robbie C. Get out of here. What I'm saying is that Ricochet, if you're listening, buddy, because everybody listens to PWT apparently. If you're listening, do a 6-month contract. There you have it. 6 months and then go to New Japan or TNA or GCW or Stardom or fucking Marigold, wherever you want to go. But don't land a long-term contract with AEW, my friend. I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's a good warning, man. It is a good warning. We have some super chats here. John JID for $5. Round of applause. Conan. I'm getting really high in Minecraft and watch Axiom do flippy stuff. Same thing with Vikingo Lucha Bros. I get geeked and enjoy their athleticism. Yeah, me too, dude. And Penta, speaking of which, we'll talk about that in a bit, but he might be headed to WWE. They have big interest in him, and his contract is coming up with AEW. Your thoughts so far on this match that we're watching, the Good Brothers versus Axiom and the former Ben Carter, now Nathan Frazier. And AEW, by the way, this Nathan Frazier guy wrestled one match in AEW, and then he went and signed with NXT like the next day. He just went and did a one and done, and then he chose WWE over AEW. Your thoughts on this match so far?
If I'm a young talent in NXT or AEW or any sort of wrestling company, I'm going to try to get the private number to Anderson and Gallows, and I'd ask them one question: how were you guys able to stay employed for so long, being so fucking mid? Seriously, what's the secret?
I can tell you right now. They have size. They're believable. They
both
do. They've both worked all over the world. They stay in tremendous shape, even when they're not being used and they're just drinking beers, doing their pod. Look at their gear. Look at Carl
gear.
Look at Carl Anderson's abs, dude. They look great. They come in great shape. They do good tag work. They don't make stink face about putting people over. They know how to teach these young guys. They can impart knowledge.
Right.
They give them each $500K a year. They'll put over anyone. They've been putting these two fucking cruiserweights over for the last 2 months. Right. You know what I mean? So like there's
the power and glory of 2024.
Yeah, exactly. Like they just and look at how great of shape Carl Anderson is. Like I've watched him for years and years in New Japan and shit. He's in the best shape of his life. He's wrestling less than he ever has. It's just
now who are these?
It's called being a goddamn professional. You see, not to bring it to AEW, but you look at AEW and what happens. These guys get paid to stay home, and then they're not their best. They get hurt. They're fucking. That's the thing with Gallows and Anderson. They're not going to hurt you, and they're not going to get hurt. You know what I mean? They're going to go in there and do the goddamn work, do whatever the job is, be professional,
right?
And that's all you can ask for. Like
yes, man.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
I would have them on my roster 10 times out of 10. And another super chat, Scully Vibes, $5. Tony will book Ospreay versus Ricochet within the year, and awful, it's AEW. He doesn't need to be a good promo. Look at Mercedes. Ooh.
That's true.
Dude, here's the thing. Exactly. He doesn't need to be a good promo. And yeah, I think they're going to really fuck Swerve, and they're going to take that belt off him sooner than later, and we're going to get Ricochet, Ospreay all in Wembley. That's because Tony Khan's such a mark.
What did you just say?
What?
Did you say Ricochet versus Ospreay at Wembley?
Yeah, dude. This is what I think Tony Khan's going to do. He's going to have Swerve lose to Ospreay at Forbidden Door, and then I think that we get Ospreay Ricochet at all in Wembley. Because
and he's pushing MJF right out of that picture, huh? Give me a break. It's going to be Will Ospreay versus MJF if they're smart.
Right.
If
Maybe
they're
you're
smart,
right.
but you're right. Swerve.
Because I just think Tony's such a mark that
that
Tony thinks that, oh, if I can take that match they did in Japan where they did all the flips, and if I put it on the big stage. And it's not the big stage. That's the thing that they don't get, man. That's the fucking thing. Like they seem to think, and Jim Cornette tried to warn everyone about this. Like Tony thinks that if he just showed everyone, oh, if I put them on TBS and there's 1 million viewers and I show everyone the Young Bucks, they'll all be like, oh, what's this new thing, and fall in love with this indie wrestling or whatever. Like that's what they think. And Tony thinks that if he puts on Ospreay Ricochet on a big stage where they do that same match, like the masses will fall in love. But then at the same time, these dummies are going, oh, the numbers don't matter, and the viewership, I don't care how many people watch fucking wrestling, and I don't care what the attendance is, and I don't care. I was watching 83 Scully Vibes. Thank you so much for the super chat. Round of applause, man. But I was listening to 83 Weeks, and Conrad Thompson's doing his thing. He's talking about AEW, and he does the same thing. Oh, come on now, Eric. And he goes, well, a healthy AEW is good. A healthy AEW is good for everybody. It's good for the whole business, Eric. Oh, come on now, Eric. And he's just like, a healthy AEW is good for the business. And I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, I'm like, is it really though? Like, what's healthy? Like a healthy AEW, sure, but like what has been good for the business is that like Tony Khan just giving wrestlers a shitload of money. Like that's all it's
That's all it
done.
is. In fact, all the wrestlers will say the same thing.
It hasn't done anything for TV ratings. It hasn't done anything for attendances. It hasn't done anything to develop new talent. It hasn't made any stars. It hasn't made any movie stars. It hasn't made any household names. It hasn't put WWE on its back foot. It's hurt other federations in some ways. There's a wrestling boom going on, but AEW's the only federation organization not feeling the effects of it. So it's like, what did it really do? Because all the people who would watch AEW, if AEW didn't exist, they would still, the same amount of people that watch it would go get their fix other places anyways, dude. That's the whole thing. It's like, and these are the same people, mind you, who goes, well, fuck the TV ratings and fuck the attendance. None of that matters. So those same people, like, getting pro wrestling on what? Like, there's no house shows. They don't do house shows. They're not training. They're not doing any of this. So they don't run indie days. So what is AEW doing? It's a television show, but the people who watch the show are all saying, fuck the television numbers and the attendance. We don't give a fuck. We just want to see good matches. Well, you could already see good matches in Ring of Honor and New Japan and all these. You could already go see good you could already go see the crazy spots in GCW and all over the place. Awful. You could already see this wrestling in Japan in these matches. You could already see the shit. So all Tony did was take this shit and put it on TNT, which is great. And I go, that's great. And then like, yeah, if it's healthy, that's great. It's all great. But they don't care. But the people, just let me get this off. The people who like, so AEW being on TNT and all this shit is so great, right? but the people consuming it all say they don't give a fuck that it's even on there, and fuck you if that you care if the TV ratings, blah blah blah, and fuck you about the attendances. Attendance doesn't matter. So the people watching it don't care even that it's on TNT. They don't care if the houses are big or not. So how is it actually healthy, or how is it good for the business if they're doing the business they're doing now and they're not making a change to make it get any bigger? Like, I'm so tired of everybody going like, no, we want it to succeed, and it's actually good if AEW is doing good. How is it doing good? And we're going to talk about it as the title of the video. You know, Tony Khan loves sickos. He loves the sickos and the weirdos. And it's like, what good is it really doing? Like other than just giving wrestlers a shitload of money, which I'm all for giving legends and people in general a shitload of money. I want everyone to live happy, healthy, comfortable lives for sure. But like, I really don't like the people that he admits to. Like, Tony comes out a day later after I'm having these thoughts and goes, the sickos. And it's like, what? So if you're just catering to these, so the sickos are the people who don't give a fuck about your ratings or the attendances or anything. So they would just go find the wrestling.
Phil, they're not supposed to. That's
like
Tony Khan's job.
Exactly, but the problem is, like, he just comes out and goes, I am catering to those because I'm one of them, and I da. And so it's like, dude, I'm not saying everyone needs to run a charity, but there's kids starving, and you people, if you want to really boil this down, are down with this billionaire just wiping his ass, flushing money down the fucking toilet, and you're death threatening and doxing and going crazy on people. These fucking bot accounts, Real One, all these people have literally lost their minds and credibilities and everything over this company that fucking literally the guy comes out and is like, no, I'm catering to the people who are actively rooting for this demise, who actively don't give a shit if I sell one ticket, who say, no, fuck you if you care about the TV ratings, even though all I'm chasing is TV ratings, because all this is a TV show. And if AEW is healthy, all that means is what? Like, okay, if they're healthy, okay, so like big attendances and big TV ratings, but the people who watch it and the people that he comes out and says that he is one of and that he's catering to the most, they don't even care about that. They don't. I know I'm repeating myself, but it's like, I just can't, like, you guys got to understand, this shit drives me mad. And it's like, this is why I'm the asshole trying to put AEW over, because it fires back in my face, because these people really are fucking have it all backwards. And as much as I want to go, well, no, just give it a chance, you can't. You know what I mean? Like, Jim Cornette was right. You know what I mean? Like, the whole time. Awful's been right the whole time. You know, there's no fucking rationalizing. There's no way to go, well, maybe if they just, no, he doesn't care. They don't care. And they don't care. If this shit goes off TV, it's just going to be on like Tubi, and Tony Khan's going to run it out of his backyard if he has to. But
there's a third party negotiating the WBD deal with AEW, and I don't know who brought that about, but I'm sure they called Tony up the next day like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Why? Listen, put down your phone, man, and just, I don't know, go to your big ass mansion and write good television or something. But please stay the fuck off Twitter. That comment was just so disjointed, and it plays right into the whole these extremist views about AEW. This guy spurs on that type of environment, and can't nobody tell me otherwise.
Right. And so Tony Khan, like, just the tweet in question, I book wrestling. Oh, I book wrestling for the sickos because that's what I am. And that's
who asked the question. That's what I'd like to know. Who asked that question to where he answered? Or was just like some thought in his head while he was sniffing and came up with this idea like, you know what? I think I'm going to have an argument with people. I'm going to say, yeah, like, come on. Yeah, I can't do the Tony Khan, so I'm just going to
you do your own thing, man. But I raged, guys. Chat, I'm sorry too. I just snapped. But it's like, this has got to be said. Like, what are we fucking what? And Conrad Tom. Oh, come on now, Phil. Come on now, Phil. That's not fair. That's not fair, Eric. How can you say that about AEW when they're trying so hard? And might I interest you in some car insurance? But like, you know, man, I'm just tired of this whole like, well, a healthy AEW is good for the business now, Eric. Like, I'm just so tired.
Phil, when has AEW to you? When has it been healthy?
At the start, it was very healthy. I think that paying someone, like if you're an upstart and you're going to pay someone like Jericho $5 million a year, you're going to give, it's an upstart and you're going, Kenny's the guy we're going to build. We're going to bank on him. Let's pay him like a star. I'm cool with that. I'm okay with all of that, right? Like at the start, it was really good. And it was doing like 1 million in the ratings. It was doing,
it was 1.2, 1.4.
Dude, it was, and the TV was better. Even back then, like the little things they fucked up on, you gave it, like they did a weigh-in, for instance, and it was a little different. And it was like with Jericho and Cody or whatever early on, and it was a little shoddy, but it was a little, you give it a pass though, because you're like, well, watch a UFC weigh-in. I've watched weigh-ins where like the guy almost kicks the scale off the stage by accident. Like it's it made it feel live, and like I can't miss this live. Like I remember the fan tried to hit the ring on MJF and Jericho and all that, and the security was on them and shit, like right instantly. And it felt like a big deal. And it was a sport and anything could happen. Like it felt like the old Raw and stuff like that. And once the pandemic hit, even when the pandemic first started, dude, I was like, no, AEW has got it right. Like they put the wrestlers around the ring sort of in kayfabe, and like, the wrestlers are going to sit around the ring and play cards or watch the matches, and they're like, even that, I was like, that's innovative, that's different. WWE's not doing that. They have Stone Cold out there doing ironic fucking segments with empty chairs. So
yeah. AEW's catering room has a bigger audience than the actual audience that's watched the show.
Like now, and then they lost the plot. Like during that pandemic era, it was just Tony completely lost himself. Cody left the company because he saw the writing on the wall. Everyone saw the writing on the wall. You know, Punk came in, they had a second chance, they fumbled it. When Punk came back the second time again, it was already like hopes out the window. But then like his second return, and we're like, damn, dude, they made Collision. Maybe we get the Elite versus Punk and all this, like what everyone wants. No, they fumbled it. They didn't do it again. So they had another opportunity, and it's like 3 strikes, you're out, my friend. 3 strikes and you're out, Tony. Like you fucked up, and he just fucked up too many times. He lost that goodwill. He didn't do things sports-based. WWE started beating him to that. WWE's way more sports-based than AEW is. And yeah, it really stresses me out that Tony Khan comes out and goes, I book wrestling for the sickos because that's who I am. And then he tweets up like, wake up the bots and tell them that we're having fun over here in AEW.
Tony Khan better come up with the Sicko network, because WBD is not going to be having that type of atmosphere going on for too much longer.
Yeah, man. And like Tony's been caught, like him and Meltzer, like they've been caught with bots, like supporting their goddamn. I pointed it out extensively on this show numerous times to where my listeners don't want to fucking hear about it anymore, because I've covered how the reason Tony talks about bots is because he uses fucking bots. I broke this shit down. Okay. And then him saying like, oh, I cater to the sickos. Well, Tony, the sickos. So basically what he's saying is, no, fuck all the day ones who want this to be good. Fuck the Phil Marxes and the people who are like trying their best, because these sickos are the people who actively, this is who the sickos are, Tony. They're the people who actively turn on every wrestler who doesn't want to work for you. So you're endorsing them. So you're a little petulant bitch who's turning on every wrestler. Deep down, you're offended when people don't want to work for you. What about the people who don't re-sign that you ghost, Tony, that they turn on too? So the people who were critical of the CMLL shit and, oh, no, that's rumors from day. No, turns out it's all true. And all the people saying, oh, shut the fuck up and fuck the Lucha Bros and all them, like whatever, CMLL guys, you're advocating for them. You're advocating for the people who go, we don't care about the TV rating, and we don't care about your fucking pay-per-view buys, and we don't care about the attendances as long as I get my matches. Tony, that's who you just come out and go, nope, this is who I stand behind. So it's like, fuck you. You know what I mean? Like I'm it's just at that point for me, it's like, all right, dude, I'm just going to forever clown you. I've already done it for so long, but it's just like
Tony Khan doesn't know how to build an audience. I've not once ever seen anything on that program geared towards children. And that's what the business mission of WWE always has stood on.
Oh, we're not geared towards children. Blood and guts, and John Moxley's very cool, and I like to see people have seizures and people drink blood, and I love it. It's great.
Yeah, I mean that's what he needs to be focusing on. He needs to grow a generation of AEW fans. The ones that he's got now, they're not fans. They're sycophants. They're people who are not going to really show you any brand loyalty. Children, they show brand loyalty. If you raise up a Darby Allin, if you raise up, I'm just naming names, people, Sammy Guevara or whatever, you've got to have some sort of child-friendly product. Not saying the whole goddamn 2-hour show needs to be Disney World, but at the same time, you got to bring in those young folks in. It's not enough that one guy is this height or wears a certain type of face paint or he does flippy flops. You got to have more than that. You got to have it on a week-to-week basis. And Tony just doesn't know how to book past the 5-week mark. I've always said that. He doesn't know how to fucking do it.
Yeah. And then
it's
you see
aggravating that motherfucker's got so much money.
I know, dude. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
The
and so
goddamn industry 20 years behind.
For real, dude. And like not being innovative in anything, like just doing old shit that he's already seen.
Yeah. Bro, two things that stuck out to me that WWE came in the middle of the night and snatched right up. Two things. One was the drone shots.
Yeah, the camera work. Like,
bro, I don't know why Tony Khan did not pick up on that.
When Kevin Dunn was fucking up for years, Tony could have did something new, and he
could have did it.
Just copied them.
The second thing, Tony Khan is an NFL executive. Why the hell did he not produce his own fucking wrestling belts to dole out to all these other teams before WWE got to him? WWE at the time was just sending out their world championship, and he didn't have any sort of flair or like it was crazy. Aaron Rodgers holding the world. What is he? The world heavyweight champion of wrestling?
Yeah.
No.
But it's because Tony Khan wanted wrestler cards because WWE did that, and he wanted wanted
quit
to
following, start innovating.
Yeah, he wanted cards, and he wanted to do a video game because WWE did that, and then he wanted to do toys, even though WWE has that whole market cornered, even for legends, and then the people who don't like even like the indie talents had that market cornered and still do better than AEW. Ethan Page's, who's in NXT, mind you, his figures sell better than Chris Jericho's AEW figures.
Right.
The ones that Ethan Page makes them goddamn self sell better than Chris Jericho's do for AEW. You understand what I'm saying? So this is like Jim Cornette figures sell better than AEW figures, right? So like he wanted to do all the stuff WWE already did instead of innovate anything. Khalil Roundtree Jr. and Jamal Hill, other UFC fighters in the crowd tonight at the Apex here.
Yeah, let's call this match, Phil.
Well.
I mean,
so
fuck.
Let's do it.
Right
well, just the last thing on Tony Khan's silliness. So, basically, the last tweet he had during his meltdown is he tweets out this match: Kyle O'Reilly and Orange Cassidy, and this guy quote tweets and says, "Reminder." So these are one of the sickos. Tony Khan is best booker when we bully him to be so. These are one of the sickos. And then Tony goes, I also respond well to positive reinforcement.
You certainly.
And then here's real one. You're the best king. Keep cooking. Keep cooking, king. It's like, bro, you guys. And then it's like, what is this booking here? Orange versus O'Reilly. Going to set the world on fire. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, this isn't even no one cares about this goddamn match. It's nothing. It'll do a fucking $300,000 rating, and you're catering to these sickos who fucking want to bully you, Tony, openly. It's just gross and weird. That's our Tony segment. Sorry. What were you going to say?
No, I'm done. I'm done. Now that you're done with Tony, I'm done with Tony too. This atmosphere right now looks pretty cool. From a production standpoint, I like the black ring, the no ropes on the side.
Absolutely. I like that they showed the fighters. They showed Brandon Moreno, former 125-pound champion.
I hate that Shayna Baszler throws a better left jab than I do. I saw her warm-up video.
Yeah,
but this ought to be so. Please, you know what? If I were both of these broads, I'd say, you know what? Let's lay it in. Let's just fucking lay it in.
They're going to. Watch, so? They're gonna. Oh yeah, they're both shooters, man. And I like that Lola's wearing her gi. That may just be for entrance purposes. I like that. So that's why we had that prolonged break. I was like, damn, we did that whole Tony Khan segment. Shout out us for fitting that in perfectly.
So right now they're throwing some jabs at each other, working.
Yeah.
Here we go.
But yeah, it was that was because they were taking the ropes off and getting all the people surrounding the ring. I don't like that aspect.
Right.
I think the fight pit concept is good. Shayna Baszler wearing her. Now, I just watched her fight in this style of match, which is GCW Bloodsport, Josh Barnett's league. Shayna Baszler showed up with Zoe Stark, and a bunch of people were in the crowd, like Baron Corbin and shit, were all there watching her. And yeah, this is going to be cool to see how they do that style of match. In WWE, we've seen underground matches before, but this is sort of unique considering it's Lola Vice. John JID, never seen a match like this. Next one, I'm interested. Okay, well, it's an underground match. It is different. It's a different style of match. You know what they should have done?
What's that?
They should have gotten one of the UFC, like one of the well-known MMA refs, Herb Dean or
Right.
Dan Murgliata.
Why, so he can roll his eyes the entire time at this shit?
Or Big John McCarthy, or they should have got one of the well-known referees to announce this match. You know what else they should have done as well? Maybe in the future. Maybe I'm saying all the stuff that let's not.
That was an awful fucking move right there.
We don't want to blow our loads on the first like Apex show, but maybe they could have got Bruce Buffer to announce everyone tonight or something. I don't know.
Nah, don't do that. Don't do that.
Okay.
Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to mix the two. And obviously, even without Bruce Buffer or any of these announcers, you can just see the difference. So like, this is super working right now.
Yeah, for sure. But see, back in the day in Japan, they'd have these shoot work matches where they were hard to tell, but nowadays, this match looks way better with real shooters. Yeah, they at least know the techniques and like what they're doing and when they're doing it. But yeah, they should have laid their shit in and maybe got some color or something. And I wouldn't have done like they went outside the ring, then she threw her into the stage. Like, why do that when the whole concept of the match is shoot? That kind of muddies it up. But thank you, Scully Vibes. This is good to see you chilling. Chat.
I'm giving this
everyone
match...
hit like, man. If you guys like this shit, we better be at 100 likes. There's been like 120. We're at 60 likes, guys. Let's get 9 likes, so we're at 69. Then let's get to 100. There's 118 of you in here. Sorry, Awful. What were you talking about?
You know that basketball game called Horse?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm about to do the same thing with this match. I've got the A and I've got the E, and all I need is a W for this match to really stink. Because so far it's not all that great.
No, I'm not a big fan of this concept in WWE. If it was me, I would have had them do like the fight pit match because it's like half shoot, half cage style. Also, I would have had Lola Vice just go to one of Barnett's blood sports, and I would have just given him a bunch of money to have her win it while twerking on everybody. And then they can show footage like, look, here's Lola Vice at Bloodsport, like she took out 2 or 3 competitors tonight to she beat Baszler.
Nice.
Yeah,
those are the hits that I'm looking for. She gave her a couple of stiff ass lefts to the side of the head on the table. By the way, Sexy Red, what the fuck was that bitch doing?
That was awesome, dude. That was.
You thought it was awesome? Okay, I guess you're 25. Yeah. I don't know what the.
I'm not 25, motherfucker, but close, close enough.
Yeah, 24. But yeah, I mean, my goodness, just the shit was no. I'm an old man, an old curmudgeon. And so,
see, dude,
like, I don't want to see your taint right before they go to the NXT logo.
Hey, now the hard cam cut away from it quick enough. Okay,
they tried to, but it looked like she was working upward. But yeah, I hope that's the last we see of Sexy Red in NXT tonight.
As Marty would say, the culture and the streets like Sexy Red, and it brings that appeal to it, and HBK knows how to tap into that. So I definitely John JID goes, awful. You just don't get it. Sexy Red is awesome. I'm 20, so I like her.
Okay.
What the fuck? John, what does that even mean? No.
She's old enough to be my kid. How about that?
He loves going at you, man. He loves.
I know. I like John Jay. He hasn't been liking a lot of my Twitter stuff. But
Yeah, you gotta love him, man. He's a good cat. He's a good cat.
I've got everybody on a list.
Oh my god.
But yeah, looks like this match is becoming a submission match.
Yeah, and it's outside the ring. That's the thing. I would have put them in like an ultimate submission match or something like that, or like a match where, like, let's not put on MMA gloves and then just brawl around the ring like a normal match. Like, I'd have just been like, okay, here's a time limit, and if it's a knockout, it ends before the time limit, or if there's a submission, it ends before the time limit.
Right.
Like, I would just do that and have a normal match, or I would just say like ultimate submission, you know, like most submissions in 10 minutes wins the match or whatever. Because I'm just not so far. Yeah, I'm kind of sucked out of this match, but I love Lola. I'm never gonna bury her, and she's making the best of this scenario. And shout out Shayna for, you know, basically this is a crowning moment for Lola here. So old head awful, don't like the twerking salute.
No, I like twerking on me, but when you're doing it in the middle of the ring out in Las Vegas, I mean, goddamn, I can't reach that far.
Yeah, Scully, you know, I'm not mad at it. You know, I don't think Awful's mad at it either, but he just don't get it. And
I do get it. It's just it's a little too much. Like, hey, listen, bitch, can you slow it down? Can you do one night without twerking?
No, because that's what she's known for, bro, and that's what the kids like. And
I know.
Yeah, and they want NXT to be a little more edgier, a little fucking. Yeah, this match is in real cheesy territory now.
Hey, we've hit it. I got it. AEW right over here.
Scully goes, I fuck with Awful. Exactly, Phil. Yeah, thanks,
Uncle
guys.
Awful?
Uncle Awful, man. That's what it is, dude. Yeah, man. Me and Off, bro. We got to we're gonna hash some things out, man, and get some stuff on the roll here, man. I think in the near future. What say you, Awful?
Man, see, here's the thing, my man, and everybody in the chat. Yeah. I don't have a lot of time. Like exactly. To be honest with you, I do have my own business. I got to run, and it takes a lot of my time, and I enjoy doing this type of work with you and Marv and any others. But I'd be more than happy to do it. We're just gonna have to work out some things as far as timing. That's all.
Yeah, timing, exactly. And we'll work it out. I'm confident of it. But yeah, man, this I enjoy doing these watch-alongs as well. If you guys enjoy it, hit that like. I'm sorry, guys, this match isn't so far. This card has not been the tag match was okay.
Think third segment of AEW Dynamite.
So hold on a second. What were our picks again? What were our fucking picks? Axiom. Did the Good Brothers? Okay. Did you pick the Good Brothers or Axiom in them?
I didn't pick anybody.
You didn't pick anybody. Okay.
Right before the show, I picked my nose.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, dude. So she's selling her like they should have never left the ring, is what all I'm saying. So like, yeah, dude, I basically forgot that tag match already. So that wasn't a good standout. Whatever. I said Frazier and Axiom were gonna win. They won. The ladder match we got wrong. That was a whatever match. This match is whatever. That was dope how she backfisted her and then she fell out of the ring.
Right.
That her falling out of the ring would have meant so much more if they didn't go out of the ring until that moment. You know what I mean? And then now you go. Now it gives you a reason to go out of the ring. Now Shayna cheats to throw you against the stairs. That's why she threw you into that's, you know what I mean? Now she's got the advantage. Like you save it all up until this moment. It all means more. But like within 2 minutes, they're outside of the ring, throwing each other into the stage. Fucking stupid. So this match, whatever. Now she's beating up Infinity security guards. So I don't care. And then the tag match was whatever. So ultimately, this Perez Jordan Grace, these main events, if you will, better live up to the goddamn hype is basically what we're banking on. Because what do we have left? The triple threat and I don't know. I think
spinning back fist.
I think Oba Femi will get some big reactions because he is a I don't know. He's got it. Whatever it is, there's guys like him and Trick where they just sort of got it. The world is staged. Get Vince McMahon on the creative team at AEW. Yeah, I know. I'll call Tony Khan. I know his cousin Nick. Yeah. And what I'll do is I'll take over. Yeah, we'll fly on my private plane. Yeah, Tony, we have something in common, pal. We both have NDAs from people we work with on our planes with women. Yeah. And if you don't join the kiss, I'm going to hire Tony. And then I'm going to hire Tony just so I can Tony. Yeah. I have a new creation. AEW Raw. It's going to be great, Tony. Yeah. I'll even manage I'll manage all my former wrestlers. We'll do an invasion angle. And then I'm going to puke. Sorry.
That's okay.
For the super chat.
Okay. You need an airplane crashing sound effect.
I really do. Damn. Do you guys want to hear a funny stat? The first TKO victory with the new UFC gloves that they're wearing.
All right.
Came in a WWE match.
Oh, that's so nice.
And there hasn't been one in UFC since they introduced the new gloves. And people are like, oh, why aren't these new gloves knocking people out, Dana White? And they're trying to do the sell where like Shayna's so knocked out that she's still trying to wrestle the ref, which happens in MMA a lot. So I like that finish, but like, damn, man, they could have got there way better. I'm not going to boo-boo all over this, but it was pretty like that's a great finish. They should have built up to that a little better. And then I like how she like tried to wrestle out of it because and then she's like arguing with the ref because that's very MMA-ish. You know what I mean?
Right.
I have to tweet this out though. Fun fact. The first KO/TKO with the new UFC gloves came during a WWE match between Lola Vice and Shayna Baszler.
A1 content, chat. You get to hear him tweet out his fucking thoughts.
Yeah, dude, the chat loves it, man. What are you talking about?
Oh, they love it? Okay. Hey, listen, I'm new to this whole YouTube thing, so I'm just going to shit on everything until I'm proven wrong.
Dude. No, that's why they love you, though, is because you come in and boo-boo on the stuff. Yeah, dude, you know what I mean? That's a crazy little factoid, and that was like a cool thing to do in the Apex. Like, it's almost like they should have just, like, you remember how they filmed Halftime Heat, and it was like an empty arena, or you know how they film, like, the Lion's Den match, or like the match between Shamrock and Owen Hart in the dungeon, and they filmed it in the actual basement and aired it at whatever pay-per-view that was. They almost should have just had that match in the Apex, in the Octagon, or just in that ring setup, like as a whole separate thing. You know, I don't think it really needed to, like, I get it, the PLE's here, so I'm glad they did that match here, but that the concept's cool, but the execution, save the fucking falling out of the ring. And like you have the Heritage Cup match. I got to sit through that bullshit every week on NXT. Do those rules for this match or whatever the fuck, you know, like sort of just rein in the. That's my only criticism of HBK's booking. You know, it's just rein in the whole concept of like the MMA stuff, you know.
I like her Harlem Heat outfit, though. I'm talking
Here's
about
my guy,
Sexy
Eddie
Red.
Thorpe. Hold on. My people right here are speaking. This is my guy right here, Eddie Thorpe.
Who?
Exactly. You'll know. Wahoo McDaniel, Chief J Strongbow, Tatanka, Eddie Thorpe. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. He's not. Is he any relation to Jim Thorpe?
I don't know, but he is. He's in NXT.
Cool.
And he holds it down, and he fucking had a great match with Dijak where he was getting whipped with a belt in front of his family, and like his little niece or daughter or whatever was like screaming. She's a little girl. She's just crying and screaming, and I don't know. He's indigenous. I got to hold it down.
Please wear the headdress, Mr. Thorpe. Please come down to the ring in the Indian headdress, ceremonial headdress.
Awful.
That shit looks awful. Oh, excuse me, awesome. It looks awesome. I
Yeah.
meant that.
Okay, here's Sexy. She's dressed like Booker T from Harlem Heat.
Yeah, it was
Puts
all right.
over Kalani. I think we're all over. I think chat is ahead of me, and then I'm ahead of you, and then you're behind. So
No,
it's weird.
I'm looking at the skyline of Las Vegas. Or excuse me, is that Toronto, Ontario? Okay,
I'm looking at Sexy Red's For President tour
Okay.
music playing. You know what I
Well,
mean?
I'm about to look at the toilet. Give me a second, guys. I've been drinking a whole bunch of Monster Energy drinks.
So yeah, you guys are ahead. Nice. And next NXT is in Toronto. Ooh. For Money in the Bank. Yeah, that's right. Hey, that's all there. I might have to go to that. Anybody miss Raw Underground? No, hell no. So what do we get? What matches next then? I guess it's like it'll be like Grace and Perez or what? NXT Heatwave in Toronto. Yeah, I might have to go check that out. So Ryback. Yeah, I'm behind you guys, I think. I'm a bit behind you guys. Anyways, though, Ryback unblocked me after the last show where I was like, he blocked me, whatever. I tried to put myself over. Everyone was like, nah, Phil. He just unblocked everybody. So whatever, shut him out. But Ryback tweets this out and goes, WWE is notorious for releasing false information, not only on talent, but also on other wrestling promotions. The day I walked out and told them to fuck off, it was almost immediately put out that I got sent home. Then they used their partner publications to push out false information about me and damage my reputation. Much of that got pulled after legal action was threatened. They had my social media illegally suppressed. Ryback, no, they didn't. After I refused to give them my accounts with an NDA. These people are pure evil and will do anything to make others' lives more difficult and persuade their hardcore brainwashed faithful to start attacking. The truth always wins, and you must not back down from the evil empire or its glum gremlin bleacher bums. Yeah, Ryback, you're doing too much, buddy. You know what I mean? Like, this is just...
Is he trying to be the Donald Trump of the wrestling world? Like,
it's insane, man. It's just like he's doing
all the buzzwords.
I know, and it's you couldn't be more like, oh my god, the black helicopters are surrounding the compound.
Please state 3. Please state
right
3
now. Yeah, it's like, come on, man.
Great video, by the way.
So, I don't know. He's saying that, and it sort of supports. Like, is he trying to get a job with AEW? I don't think AEW ever hire his ass. But what happened? We were talking about Tony Khan before. And this sort of ties into Dave, but Dave deleted this. So we'll get into it with Dave. But Dave just said, or Tony says, these are the same predatory business practices that Jim Crockett Promotions plus many former wrestling territories faced in the 1980s. I'm very grateful to all of you wrestling fans who watch AEW, and AEW is here to stay. See you tonight on TNT for Rampage, blah, 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 blah.
I swear that's a shot at me.
And Dave Meltzer, so this isn't Dummy of the Week yet, but man, he tweeted some shit out and he deleted it. Now we're going to cover that in a bit, but it's because he knew what he said would get his bitch ass sued, being a fucking dummy. And I'm going to give him a dummy for that. Where is it?
Dummy, yeah.
Because Dave is talking shit and he deleted that when Tony Khan retweeted it because he went, ooh. And if there's not more proof that Dave is just a fucking little troll himself.
Do you have what Dave tweeted?
Yeah, I have it. I'm going to cover it later in the show. I do have exactly what
nice
he said.
Tease there. Okay.
Yeah, so the sizzle to the steak, as we call it here in the PWT universe. But Tony Khan, I just want to talk about that and Ryback, right? Like Ryback sort of trying to support Tony's conspiratorial claim as well. And I quote tweeted this with Alex Jones putting on the tinfoil hat. And it's just like, it's always conspiracies with these guys, man. Like it's always a conspiracy theory. It's always pour us. Everyone's out to get us, the big bad empire. And it's just like, man, everyone does the same. I don't know, man. It's all, you're in the rat race. Like this is what you wanted, Tony. You wanted to be in the pro wrestling biz. Like, or did you just want WWE to say, oh, there's a new guy. Let's just quit. Here you go, AEW. Here you go.
Pack it up, fellas. We're done.
We're done. Here you go, AEW. Have fun. You know what I mean? So I just don't know what they expected, and it's always just conspiracies with these folk, and it's just disappointing. It's really sad, actually, a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, and speaking of AEW talent, so Camille of people deleting tweets, at Camille Brick, who was signed a long time ago, and I told you guys, everyone's like, Phil, is she signed to NXT or AEW? It's like, well, if she was signed to NXT, she would have debuted in NXT, guys. She's clearly signed to AEW because everyone's talking about how she's an actress now, and she didn't have to debut right away. But someone tweeted out, do we have to wait 813 days to see you in a ring again? And Camille tweeted out, at this point, that may be a possibility, and she deleted it. And Tony famously, forgot that who did he forget was employed? I think it was Camille. I don't know. Tony's forgot that people work for him. And
didn't he forget that Swole was employed as well?
Yeah, like he's forgot that people work for him, and Camille's one of them. I guarantee it. Forrest Griffin's in the house.
That's his
name.
We
got Jamal
Why
Hill
did I keep
there.
thinking Rich Franklin.
Well, he could be there too, but UFC doesn't really like him because he was part of that big lawsuit. And somebody said Ryback has 1.3 million followers. Yeah, do you want to know why your fucking account's suppressed? Ryback?
Dummy. Yeah.
Because you bought a bunch of fucking bot followers. That's what happened, okay? And we know that by your Twitter activity. And I can tell that shit with my naked eye, by the way. And so it fucked your account up and the whole algorithm. Don't buy bots. Shit fucks everything up. Don't do that. So that's what you did, Ryback. Brendan Schaub does the same thing. Oh, we're being shadow banned from the... No, you're not, bro. You fucking bought a bunch of bots. And now your algorithm's fucked up. And now YouTube and everything doesn't know. They suppress it because they think you're a bot. But yeah, we have like the AEW kinfolk, man. They're like turning on each other. So here's Dav Boro 123, the most.
I do want to say that these accounts, I know for a fact they used to block me. Now they all unblocked me. And I think part of the reason, and I'm going to toot my own horn a little bit, is because I've got more followers than them and they want to see what the action is.
Yeah, absolutely.
But anyway, who are these guys in the ring now? Who are we looking at here?
Oh, I'm just hydrating with a little soda water. Yeah, we got Joe Coffey.
Jim Beam now.
We got Joe Coffey in the ring, or coming to the ring. I think I'm a little behind everyone, to be honest.
They should have changed that fucking name, Joe Coffey.
Yeah,
it's Coffee, or JoJo.
His other brother is Mark Coffey, and then Wes Lee's in the ring, and then Obafemi's about to come out and have a glorified squash match, more or less.
Okay.
But here's Dav Boro, right? This guy's just like truly one of the most if you guys see this guy, just block him. It's just a complete one of the most disingenuous weirdo who just does weird shit. He's just a weird person, okay? But he tweets out to AIR Gold, and these people are eating each other. And at the very beginning of PWT, I said it, I think episode 1, they're going to eat each other in the end. And I saw it happening then, and they are pushing fans like myself away, like, you know, genuine AEW fans. And AIR Gold, man, he tweets out, Saraya beating Mariah May is the second worst booking decision in AEW history. So he's a real diehard, just voicing an opinion. And Dav Boro comes and goes, brother, all you do is complain about AEW lately. If you're not enjoying it, take a break for a few weeks. Oh, you mean this episodic television show that whenever we say, where's the story? People are like, well, didn't you watch Rampage? So I'm supposed to take a break for a few weeks. Then I'm going to like the shit booking. Like, see, it's just disingenuous, gross, goobery shit like that. But John Draper comes out and just goes, now the final nail in the coffin. The cult members are turning on each other publicly. It's what they do, man. People who are disingenuous, who you see it in like the cancel culture spheres as well. Now all the cancel people have to cancel each other because you can never live up to the standard. You can never, it's cult-like behavior. And yeah, they just all are weeding their own selves out. That's how fucking dumb it is. I get bumblefucked. But they
AEW in their very first press conference developed an us versus them mentality. I'm actually writing chapter 1 of the book, Phil, and
Let's go.
doing the research. I was just like, boy, it started even back then. We're gonna change the face of professional wrestling. We're
Yep.
starting a revolution. Shut up.
Yeah, awful. There's a video I'm gonna EFAP with you that I made a long time ago called 10 Minutes of Tony Khan. And I just uploaded it randomly on the channel, and I went through the reality television show called AEW All Access, and it's on the Pro Wrestle Clips channel, guys, if you guys want to check it out. But there was a reality show they did that nobody watched called AEW All Access. Well, I watched it, and I watched it multiple times, and I actually recorded it all, and I chopped out every time Tony Khan is like mentioned or appears in the show, and I made a compilation of it, and I EFAP'd it with Marv once, just because I love getting people's reactions and I love visiting it time and here and again. So you and I'll watch it with you, because that's what that whole show is, just like Tony Khan gave us the platform to revolutionize the sport. And said, and I don't know, we're going to watch it together one time. You're going to get a laugh, but yeah, man, these people are just eating each other. And that's what low IQ people do, dude. They just stoop to each other's level and they just start attacking each other.
It's so crazy.
It's what's going to happen until eventually AEW's running shows out of garages. Sorry, go ahead, dude.
My Twitter page is one that doesn't really fuck with the AEW fans. Like, I don't really disparage them or all that. My vitriol is usually reserved for Tony Khan, but it's so incredible to me how these guys dick slurp Tony Khan to a point where it's just like, I've got to speak up for the man. I've got to say something about this billionaire that's gonna. No, man, just leave it alone. I'm not going to answer your question. Why do you hate AEW so much? I've already answered that 7 months ago. What's the problem with AEW? I'm not going to answer that. You're going to have to come in the PWT or Toonie Talk Wrestling to hear the full details, or until my book comes out. But guys, if you're listening, all you AEW fucking fanatics out there thinking that you're going to get me on some sort of, nonsense in the comment section, just don't do it. Don't waste your time. You'd be better off promoting AEW, retweeting all of their fucking tweets. I used to have a challenge 4 months ago. I said, for all these fucking diehard AEW fans, show me your ticket. Show me a t-shirt. Show me how you spent your money with AEW. If you
they don't, and we covered it too. Like they get illegally streamed. Like you can go to sites. I don't want to stooge them, but there's the pirate ships that circle the interweb seas, and you can look at the numbers, man. Like some of those Ring of Honor shows have bigger numbers than WWE PLEs and shit, and dude, and it's like, come on, man. So there's you got more people, and then people will say, well, WWE's PLEs are on Peacock and stuff, so you can just, it makes sense, more people could just watch them for cheap, whatever. But it's like, but look how many of this. Imagine if all these people had Honor Club. There was like 20,000 people subscribed to Honor Club or something. There's like 60,000 views on Final Battle last year, or whatever, on this pirate ship site. Like, if all those people bought fucking Honor Club, and a lot of that vocal fan base, they don't even really support anything, dude. It happened to comic books too. The same thing happened to comic books. It's all these fucking vocal weirdos, like even like the MCU, all the vocal weirdos on like Twitter crying about, oh, Marvel should be this and blah, 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 blah. But then you look at the numbers and they're not even paying, like all the people crying, why aren't men going to see the Marvels in theaters? And then the numbers come out and it was 80% of the people who went to see the Marvels was men. So it's like, you guys are crying about this shit that doesn't exist, and then they cater to you, and you're not even the people spending money. Like, it's like comic books are super shitty, and everyone's going, no, the characters need this, and they're all these shit writers like in self-insert characters and stuff, and then they go, and then these fucking books don't sell, and they wonder why, and it's just like, it's because they're catering to people who don't actually even buy the shit. And it's the same in wrestling. Like, you're catering to people who don't even buy, like WWE caters to the people who buy shit. That's
Phil,
why
they would have.
that's why their business is through the roof and because they're catering to people who buy shit and actually want to support a good product. You know what I mean?
These guys should have known better, and I'm gonna keep repeating it. I'm gonna say it till the day this company folds. They should have ran more pay-per-views before going on television, so that they can get a better idea of what their audience was going to be. They come to find out they do one pay-per-view, and their audience is nothing but a bunch of redacteds.
Yeah.
So, and that's what you're going to get. Redacteds don't pay for things.
Yeah, dude.
They
Tony
want you
just
to pay
wanted
for
to be WWE as well. Just I'll have a TV show. It'll be great. Like that. It was so stupid. But yeah, we have Bully Ray like going underneath this, laughing at it because even he knows, and these people give Bully, you're just an AEW hater, blah blah blah. So I don't know. Even people in the business see it, and this concept we're talking about, like, or I don't know if I should play this. I'll get fucking. Yeah, I will. I'll probably get pulled here. We'll try and play this here, but
don't play
it. It's just the concept of wrestling that we're talking about is so simple. And like Hulk Hogan breaks it down here in 24 seconds. And it's just such an easy concept to get. And it's worked for over 100 years, for 200 years, or however long it's been. Pro wrestling has worked a certain way. And certain people think, no, we can make it this other thing without being. Like, people will say that AEW's innovative in the wrestling aspect, but I disagree, man. I think
spot that was. Holy shit. So Wesley tried to do a plancha to the outside, and Obafemi caught him, and power bombed him into the White Bull. Who's the White Bull's name? Oh, that's right, Joe Coffey.
Yeah. With cream.
Yeah. Right.
If you're really good at what you do, you don't need writers, don't need to rehearse. If you're really good at what you do, you don't need writers, don't need to rehearse.
If you're really good at what you do, you don't need writers, you don't need to rehearse.
Right.
All you need to know who's going to win or lose.
All you need to know is who is going to win or lose.
It's about creating emotion, having people cheer.
It's about creating emotion and having people cheer. Yeah, I'm doing this so I don't get pulled, guys.
Hate you, take them on that roller coaster ride. It's a complete arc from beginning, middle to end.
A complete arc, a story arc of what's going on here. Not, let me get Doomsday Device on my neck outside the ring and then stop selling my neck 10 minutes later or whatever.
And you're telling an amazing story that everybody understands.
Everybody can understand. Not
Did you
just
hear
hardcore,
that, Tony?
Not just hardcore marks who have to go back, like Alfred Konowa points out, and this guy in New Japan was awesome, but then this guy in New Japan was even better because Dave Meltzer gave him 6 stars. No, shit that everyone can understand. My girlfriend, Awful's wife, children, grandmas, shit that people can understand.
The guy who fixed your car last week, that's who you need to attract. The fucking clerk at Turkey Hill or Wawa or wherever you may be.
Yeah, dude.
That's who you want to bring in to at least be intrigued by.
No, I like the Sickos. No, we want the Sickos because they don't buy merch and they don't really buy pay-per-views, but they're sick and they like wrestling. And they would actually stream wrestling before all the time anyways. So if AEW wasn't here, they'd still be able to see awesome wrestling, but I'm just going to spend $1 billion catering to them because
shout out to AEW Netbirds who actually gave a who screenshotted the Google definition for sicko, and it's perverted.
Yeah,
that was the word that stuck out to me, and I was just like, yep, a bunch of them are a bunch of perverts. But
if you really,
yeah, I've said it too, dude. They're gross. These people, and like people, anti AEW can't. No, dude, I watch more AEW. I've turned more people on it, but it's just the sycophants who are exposing themselves. And the reason this is a topic of discussion when we've sort of laid off the goof, we were like, dude, these goofy engagement farm accounts are dying out. They're done. Like, you just can't defend it anymore. And then Tony comes out and goes, nope, I stand with these guys. Like, it's like you said, Donald Trump. And like, I don't mean to make it like a political, but imagine Donald Trump goes, yeah, actually, no, I fuck with the Proud Boys. Like, we're all cool, dude. This is like, yeah, dude, no, I'm down with these guys. Like, that's almost what it's like not to call people. Like, I don't like people throw, oh, you're a Nazi and stuff. Like, people throw shit. I'm just saying, like, I'm relating that to, like, imagine you just come out and go, no, yeah, this group of, like, literal, the word sickos is awesome. And
Right.
I'm a sicko, and that's who I want to, and fuck the business. You know what I mean? Defend me and my
That's what he said from
frivolous
day
Toy
one.
Story
It's been
activity.
fuck the business in Tony Khan's head. He's the only one that doesn't know it, though. That's why I say he sent the wrestling business back to at least 20, 30 years.
And people go, oh, you don't care if hockey does, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, dude. Yes, I do. If the owner of the Edmonton Oilers came out and said, I'm a sicko, fuck you diehard fans, I'm a sicko, I'm trading away Connor McDavid and I'm signing fucking, I don't know, name a guy. I'm bringing Jaromir Jagr back, even though he's 50 and playing in Russia. I'm going to bring him back because I'm a fan. And fuck Connor McDavid. Yeah, that would be crazy. I'd be like, no, this guy's a redact. Get him away from my hockey team.
Right.
You're fucking up the NHL. You know what I mean? Yeah, I would do the same thing. So I don't want to hear none of that bullshit. This match is okay. Some good spots, but it's just that, like,
I like the big man spots.
Yeah, me too, man. And that's what Obafemi stands out for. I feel like this doesn't need to be a triple threat.
Beautiful. You know what? He's all right. He's not bad. This is the first time I've seen.
Are we talking about Obafemi?
Yeah, Obafemi.
He's the shit, dude. He's incredible. And the crowd's behind him. Plenty in pixel art for $5. Thank you so much, Bez. Awful. That Call of Duty profile picture is the best.
Yeah, that's my wake up picture. That's what my wife has to look at every time I wake up. Like, yeah, I'm mad. Don't talk to me. Don't fucking talk to me.
Oh,
where's
man,
my breakfast?
Funny. Yeah, I'm the same way. Yeah. I'm the same way. Woman, I become David Schultz, Dr. David Schultz. Woman, where's my breakfast? Where's my breakfast and Sergeant Slaughter's steel toe boots? Oh man.
Good match. Good match.
Awful. So you made it onto the show once again here, PWT live show.
Mm-hmm.
Here's your little edit you made for Dynamite, and at Awful Wrestling tweeted out, I'm sure you barely noticed it. And Obafemi retained, got the pin over Kofi, told you guys exactly the finish. Huh. Looks like I embraced the grind.
Yeah, nobody likes spoilers, Phil.
Yeah, I've been spoiling the whole card. No, I'm just kidding. I got a bunch of it wrong too, but it was just obvious. Like, Obafemi's getting the monster push, literally. Quite literally. So here we go. Let's play this clip here, Awful. And Awful, I want you to know too, if there's ever a segment from like this show where you're like, oh, me and Phil were talking about this and I would love to use that, like, free reign, dude. You can remix my shit anytime you want. You have open season on that. None of you other motherfuckers out there, though. No, I'm just kidding. So this popped like a subliminal message, like, for real on the screen. Is this really what happened,
Yes.
Awful?
Now, I will say I slowed it down because it happened so quickly, but it was noticeable on the live broadcast. But it was there. A lot of people told me, like, oh, you photoshopped that shit. No, I didn't, my friend. If you go to watchwrestlings.ins or whatever, or wherever you can find your Dynamite shows, go back and look at it. It's right there.
So they're like brainwashing us to drink woo energy. Like, should I be doing
the old subliminal messaging?
Well, for real, is there like a class action on our hands here, Awful? Like, what
Does the word sex appear in the crowd?
My favorite part of that drunken video is like, I've been here all night. I put this place over. It's like, Rick, these are normal people. They don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Why is it blanked out? Why did you have to?
God only knows.
Man,
God only knows.
What a weird thing you uncovered, dude. And the music is perfect.
Yeah.
This is the defendant, Tony Khan. He says he's got a great wrestling company. Here's the plaintiff, America. They say the show sucks.
Oh my God. Here's the defendant, Ric Flair, who claims cordyceps don't in fact make you trip out. Oh my God, that's
He's hammered beyond belief.
yeah. Oh, Jesus. Some Bush League quality.
Look at that capacity fucking crowd out there. That somebody showed me that video, and I was just like, Jesus Christ. Oh, but I do have during my research, I'll try to make this quick. During my research, I found out something very important that I think everybody in your chat should know, and even you, Phil.
Okay.
AEW rents out the stadium. Excuse me. They partially rent the stadium. I'm saying this wrong. They only rent out part of the stadium. They do not rent the entire stadium.
Okay.
So I learned that, and maybe everybody should just keep that in mind. Because I used to think that I used to think that they ran the entire. Excuse me, that they rented the entire building and were selling tickets on all the floors and all that, and they just weren't doing it. But apparently, they rent out part of they partially rent, and then they tell the stadium like, "Oh, we're only expected to get about this many people," and so apparently the venue allows that sort of thing
and gives them like a discount. Do you think?
Yeah. There have been discounts up to 50%. There have been discounts.
And you know that for sure. Like you can.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I don't know. I'm not.
Why would a stadium do that? I had got no idea. I'm still trying to find that out, guys.
Maybe because they're like, oh, it won't fill up otherwise on a Sunday or a Wednesday, pardon me, anyways.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, they know they can't put 10,000 people in that arena. So maybe, hey, listen, this is part of the connections, the wheeling and dealing, the network and all that. They're probably Tony Khan's probably like, listen, man, let me get half off on that bud. And they give him half off, apparently. You know, who knows?
Man, that is funny. That's crazy. So yeah, we're watching this package build up here. So I don't know. This card so far has been, I don't know, pretty good. I mean, like pretty decent, like as far as sports entertainment, but it's not like
seems like just a regular television
pretty
show.
Good. It's been like a fair. I won't even say like fully solid, but hopefully these main events really steal the show.
But see, we've been talking our heads off and not really watching the matches, Phil. So
yeah, I mean sure.
Yeah, we can't say we've been giving it our full attention. Tony Khan has taken up quite a bit of that bullshit.
Can I hop on the show after the pay-per-view? So far, it's fire. Maybe John JID, just stick around and maybe I'll send you a link here. Thank you so much. And maybe we are wrong because we are yapping our heads off. I mean, I have been watching the whole time, but I guess I'm not getting.
And when I say we, I mean you.
Yeah, I'm not getting the full crowd vibe, maybe, but it's just been. I don't know. I feel like I've watched episodes of NXT that have blown me away a little more than this, but I think they just did too much in that shoot fight match, but I'll put that over. Tag match was solid, just a good wrestling match. Ladder match was good, short and kind of abrupt ending. Took me by surprise, so that always gets an A+, just for like being able to catch me off guard with how much wrestling I've seen. Let's think.
All right, here we go. It's the NXT Women's Championship. Sure, video package is on its way before the match, but
yeah, absolutely. So we were talking. We played a little Hulk Hogan thing before. He got fucking hacked, and Iggy Azalea tweeted something out and was like, "All these crybabies want to suck on my tits, LMAO, money, mother," and then Hulk Hogan quote tweeted and went, "You suck at pumping. Money Hulk has the real milk." But it turned out he got his Twitter hacked, brother. So I don't know. Shout out Iggy Azalea, I guess, and Hulk Hogan. He got his Twitter back, but But yeah, awful. Did you see this? What do you make of this here? So AEW made a t-shirt for MJF and said, "The Lone Wolf. Check out his new t-shirt." And then MJF responded and said, "It's the Wolf of Wrestling. Lone Wolf is taken." And then he tagged Baron Corbin. And then Corbin was like, "Oh, sweet shirt, man." And then he's like, "Thanks, B-Dog," or something like that. But even just, it's weird because MJF, like, just public perception, you can't afford to look like you're undermining the company too. You know what I mean, dude? Like, especially when you're like their only over guy. I feel like that's sort of a botch on his part, but I don't know. I think MJF botches on Twitter a lot personally, but your thoughts on that while I grab a Red Bull. Tell the good folks what you think about, first off, this shirt design and the Wolf of Wrestling, like the Wolf of Wall Street. Like, that's taken too, MJF. So, but yeah, the Lone Wolf thing, and then him sort of undermining the company and then putting Baron Corbin over.
Okay, well, I'll ask this question to the chat. What do you guys think of the shirt? If you like it, press 1. Because I think the shirt looks pretty pedestrian. I'm not wearing that anywhere on planet Earth, if you ask me. And it seems to me like when MJF came back, he really started to shill it up a little bit more than usual. He's starting to remind me of like the Roastmaster General of AEW. So like, that's all you're going to do. You're just going to roast every one of your opponents. That'll put people in the seats. As you can see, last week he only had 3,000 more people come in, and they gave him a week of promotion. But of course, everything is too late because they should have did that the week before, right after the end of the pay-per-view. They should have had that motherfucker come on out on Wednesday, very first thing. He probably would have at least sustained 50,000 of those people that of the 150,000 that fucking fell off. So, yeah, if you like the shirt, press 1. If you don't like the shirt, press 2.
Yeah, press 2 if you don't like that shit.
I haven't seen 1 yet.
No, I definitely am not fucking with that shirt.
Where do you fucking wear that thing anyway? Like, come on now. Geek conventions is the only place.
Geek conventions?
They have those, don't they?
Yeah, sure. Like what?
Okay.
Like Comic-Con?
Sure, yeah. Is that what they're calling it now? They used to be called geek conventions.
Yeah. We used to call them fucking nerd cons, dude.
Yeah.
Plenty in pixel art for $5. It's a bad EA Sports create a team logo like the Golden Knights, but worse. Yeah, see, I hated the Golden Knights hockey team name until literally last night. I was playing EA NHL 24 actually for a little bit. I had a brief moment and I was like, let me play a little bit of video games. You know what I mean? And I was like, damn, I hated the Golden Knights name and everything until last night. It dawned on me. I was like, you know, there aren't a whole lot of two named teams. You know, like there's the Golden Knights, there's like the Blue Jackets and the see, I'm mind farting because there's none of them. You know what I mean? There's only a couple of them. The Red Wings, right? So the Golden, I was like, damn, I actually like that name now because the Golden Knights, like, it's another one.
What does the shirt even mean? Like, I'm looking at it real closely. I'm like, what is the connection to MJF?
He's the Wolf of Wall Street, bro. He's the Wolf of AEW. He's gonna tell it like it is, man. He's gonna cut what is it? Snapping necks, cashing checks, dude. Man,
Jordan Grace and Roxanne. I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah,
because Roxanne she knows how to emote. Jordan Grace looks like she knows what she's doing in there.
Jordan Grace has a presence about her, and it's she's going to be a big WWE main eventer one day. That's for goddamn sure.
What if she puts more lifts in her boots? Like, she can barely get over the top rope, or look over the top rope, I should say.
And so, thanks so much for the super chat. We have John JID, TNA chance for a TNA wrestler in WWE in 2024 is wild. It is crazy, dude. It is actually.
This is great.
It's really crazy.
I got another thing to say, Phil. Why did they expect Jordan Grace to bring back 100,000 viewers back to TNA? What is this all about? I've been checking out those tweets.
I have that in Meltzer's moment of the week, which we'll get to. But I don't think that's a real thing. I don't think they expected her to bring.
No.
I think they expected TNA to maybe break like 100,000 viewers, or maybe I don't know, but I don't think that's.
This is the brand. This is the brand awareness phase of growing a company. And
yeah,
that's all they're trying to do.
The dirt sheets talking shit, bro. In my opinion. But yeah, dude, this is awesome. And anyone hating, like any of these AEW marks, they're just mad. They were all about it when Tony was gonna. They're all like, "Oh, I hope Tony buys TNA and Ring of Honor and New Japan," and now they're mad that WWE's actually putting TNA over. Wild prediction right here. You guys ready? Jordan Grace is walking out champ right here. That's my prediction. She's walking out with both belts. Jordan 2 belts.
I watched this Stevie Richards video about the lockup, and ever since I saw that video, it makes so much. Like every match needs to start with a lockup. Why? Because it sets the stage of who's powerful, who's not powerful, who's willing to go just in a simple collar and elbow tie up. And while this one was quick for Jordan Grace and Roxanne Perez, it was effective because it showed right off the bat who's stronger, as if you didn't already know. But anybody who has not watched this product and is watching this match for the first time, that's the type of things that you need to incorporate in your matches. It builds intrigue, interest.
No, absolutely. And how she just tossed her too.
Yeah.
It's good booking, Daddy.
Big slap by Roxanne Perez.
And also, Roxanne Perez wrestled in TNA before, I believe, a former Knockouts champion.
Okay.
And I don't think her and Jordan Grace ever met, but don't be shocked if we see Roxanne show up in TNA again, but I don't think it'll be her. It'll be a bigger name. It'll be like Natty is the one I keep saying. But yeah, just like Tony's done all this work to try and cross over with other companies, and just in a short while with one wrestler and like a few short appearances, WWE's shown you. Do you know what I want to ask Jordan Grace, chat? I just want to ask her, like, what do you prefer hitting? Like, what was it like going in there at the Rumble or like on NXT and like you're hitting the ropes instead of the cables? Now, I know a lot of wrestlers could answer that question, but there's a lot these days who don't know the difference between either. And just her, she's working with the cables every week. The crowd's super into this match too, guys. Like, this feels like a main event. This is a double main event, if you will. And how about Ethan Page relegated to Ring of Honor, and he's about to main event this whole ass Battleground out of nowhere? And and they
Jordan Grace, a little bloody on the ear.
Yeah.
Right side. Gave her a nice little potato, I'm sure. But it looks good. It works. Oh, is that coming from the mouth or the ear?
Who knows, but it's color, brother. Yeah. The hard way.
And it's working. Who needs Mercedes Moné when you've got women like Roxanne Perez? Seriously, who needs her?
Oh, awful. You are brutal, man. But it's true.
So Marvin, the movie monster, we speak occasionally. He said that he did research. He said there are 185 motherfuckers on the AEW roster. I don't know 185 people. That's crazy.
That you can name by first name,
Right. Like, come on now. Tony. I watched an old documentary, and I believe Jim Cornette was on it. I can't remember what it was, but he said it himself. He was just like, if you have a roster of more than like 40 people, you're doing too much, because you need half of those people to at least be enhancement talent.
Yeah, what the old adage is, you need 6 per division, right? So you need, if you have like, okay, let's say you have heavyweight division, you have 6 guys. Let's say you have a woman division, you have 6 girls, and then let's say you have a tag division, you have 4 to 6 tag teams,
and then you need like
4 or 5, and then
you got to collate that as well. You got to be saying, You're the curtain jerkers. You'll be the mid card.
Exactly,
You'll be lower mid card. You'll be upper mid card. You'll be main event.
Right, or like, or just like, so like Paul Heyman, right, when he took over SmackDown in that tremendous era that everybody remembers, his SmackDown 6, as they were called, was Chavo Guerrero, Eddie Guerrero, Chris Benoit, Kurt Angle, Rey Mysterio, and Edge. So everything was basically built around them. And then you had like, okay, Brock and Big Show are going to be in the title picture here. Undertaker, whatever's gonna, or whatever the fuck he had to book, right? But his main 6 guys that he built the show around, so like one of them were in the world title picture, or like whatever. The tag belts are all built around those, but it's like you build everything around those guys.
Yeah.
So then like Batista comes in, great. Booker T comes in, great. Everything's built around these core 6 guys, though, from the top of the card to the bottom. So that, and then like when they had that. When they like had the WWE tag titles, those 6 were the guys who fought for those to get those belts over, right? So that's what you need, right? And you just have to have a core 6. And I think, I don't know, if you look at NXT, I try and think like I bet we could name a core 6 of each brand of Raw, SmackDown right now as well, you know?
Sure.
Yeah, so if we really thought about it, I'm just enjoying this match right now, and like Jordynne Grace is leaking, her ears leaking. This match has great heat. They're both selling, and Roxanne's facials are really good.
Yeah,
that needs to be pointed out. Like, she's really selling Jordan shit. Jordan's selling great too. Like, she's not taking bumps, she's not being bumped around, she's not flying. She's just, you know what I mean? And it's not just big guy shit either. Like, she's showing athleticism and speed and agility as well.
Oh, yeah.
But obviously not as much as Perez. Boom. And she's showing like veracity and boom. Yeah. Like,
they're both attacking the mat.
Yeah.
And I don't know if the youngsters in the chat know what that means, but it just means simply being quick and snappy with your movements, kind of like what Stone Cold did before he got his neck injury. Like, you can see it in certain wrestlers. They attacked Chris Benoit, a great example of a person
of that. Yeah,
he attacks the mat.
Yeah, him and Eddie were like my 2 all times. Like, obviously, I don't condone real life Benoit outside of the wrestle, whatever happened to him in the obviously, but like just but you know, like in wrestling in kayfabe, bro, he was like one of my all time. Like, I had like shook that man's hand, you know, like multiple times.
It's the reason why I like Bayley versus Sasha at TakeOver so much, because they both attack the match and it's a struggle. It doesn't feel choreographed. It feels like these guys hate each other. And that's kind of like what I'm seeing here. But yeah, that's good. Good body slam. It's been a while since we've seen a body slam.
that middle rope torture rack spin bomb was a little choreographed, but
right. It should have been quicker. But
to your point, though, yes, Jordynne Grace does have that. Guys, are we at 100 likes yet? My word, we're giving you the prime quality content. We're at 76. Guys, go like the video. There's been like a bunch of yous.
Yeah, come on, guys.
Over
24 people. All you got to do is 24 people hit the like button.
Yeah, please. And then I'll stop requesting it.
So, did you hear that, chat? He'll shut up for a minute. Okay.
Yeah, I'll shut my blithering lips for a minute if you guys. Dude, yeah, Roxanne's selling her ass off, laying her shit in. Apparently Roxanne has been instructed to work like strong style too, because she's going to be working Julia when she comes in right off but that's Meltzer, I think, was reporting that. So we don't know if that's true.
Dave Schmeltzer.
Yeah, Schmeltzy, Seltzy, Meltzy.
I told Marv when he does the Dave puppet, there should be some stains on the sock.
Ugh. Okay, what is she doing? Going for a vertebraker? No. Damn, that was sketchy. I might be a bit behind you, spine buster.
No, you're good.
Kick out.
Oh my goodness, this Monster Energy is going right through me. My piss came out the color of my grandmom's old refrigerator.
Yeah, dude, that's what happens.
Yeah, I'll be right back, gentlemen.
Yeah, no worries. We're here. So I'm going to put a poll in the chat because these are or should I do it after while we do this? No, I'll do it now. I'll do it right now. I want to put a poll in the chat, and I just want to ask how you guys are feeling about Battleground. Obviously, the ending is still yet to come. 82 of you, man, a bunch of you guys hit that like, so we just need a bunch more of you. You know what I mean? We're very close. 18 more of you. Thank you so much. Hit that like. And yeah, I'm going to put a poll in here. Pause. Oh, wow. Okay, that Hurricane Rana spot was a little sloppy. Bumped her head there a little bit. Yeah, but I mean, you can't. It didn't detract. It's not like, oh, messed the whole match up. Everyone's safe. But yeah, that was a little messy.
Okay, I've got Jordan and Roxanne in the corner. Looks like she's going to do the Samoa Joe move. My wife was so impressed that Jordan Grace actually has her real hair. I was like, what's the big deal about that? She was like, nothing. I just see all the other women wearing weaves. And
my girlfriend points it out too.
And then she gets mad at all the opponents who pull at her hair. It's so funny. It's just like, oh, don't do that. Don't pull at her hair. Did you see that Jada Parker spot where she lost her fucking attachment to her? Yeah.
No, I might have missed it.
Oh, that was great. Yeah,
this match is phenomenal. Someone in the chat saying this is one of the best women's matches I've ever seen. Yeah, I agree, dude. And they, like, I'm just super intrigued, and just like the build, like it's not that it was an invasion, but like, man,
oh my god,
the way they brought Jordan Grace back out of nowhere, like after the Rumble too, like how they booked her in the Rumble. She didn't get one elimination, but she had like one of the most standout performances, you know.
Because she was different than everybody else. Even in WWE, she stood out.
Muscle Busters, shout out Samoa Joe, kickouts. God.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Phil, when they right before that Muscle Buster, did you see how long it took for them to set up that spot?
Yeah, like, now they're getting a little too spotty,
right?
You know?
Like struggle, throw a punch, throw a working punch or whatever. Make it look like you're fighting for the maneuvering. And no, ladies and gentlemen, I am not a professional wrestler. I've just seen enough of it to know what works and what doesn't work.
Yeah, absolutely, man. The good PWT listeners universe.
I did amateur wrestling for about 13 years.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah,
I wrestled a bit. I trained jiu-jitsu more though.
I did boxing as well.
Yeah, I used to box. My grandfather was a boxing coach, and then my mom kickboxed a lot. So then I did a lot of that for a while, and then I got into MMA, like with the craze, you know. There was like the whole craze, so I started taking jiu-jitsu seriously. Then my brother was more serious than me, though, you know. Right. So it was a lot.
I got a question, Phil. Can you kick my ass? No, that's an old Chris Rock joke. Whenever somebody would brag about their
fight, I don't brag about it. It's weird, you know. I don't do that shit.
He would answer, "Yeah, but can you kick my ass?"
Yeah, but can you kick my ass? Yeah. Oh man.
All right, who's this Daphne-looking chick?
There was I like that lion salt Perez did. Crippler crossface. Right. Speaking of Chris Benoit, shout her out. Am I behind you or what? Awful.
Yeah, you might be. Logan Paul was doing camera work. He was the one holding the belt. Guy looked just like Logan Paul. You'll see it in a second. Yeah, but Daphne has just stolen the belt. What are you on the pirate ship, Phil?
Yeah, I might be.
You are? You cheap prick. Get Peacock.
No, dude, I'm Canadian, bro.
Oh.
No, dude, god damn it. So, do you guys think this is my prediction? Roxanne Perez challenges Jordan Grace.
We're watching her right now, Phil.
No, but listen, she shows up at Slammiversary, right? Because okay, that's Dana Brooke, aka Ash by Elegant.
Oh my god, I'm not going to spoil it for you.
Okay.
Well, the chat did. Perez won.
Yes, Perez got the W.
But she doesn't get Jordan Grace's belt or what?
No. Because Jordan Grace has a. Okay, so now I think I'm ahead of you, Awful. I fucking reset my thing, and because I saw the finish. I was just saying it. So
Okay.
So look, Tatum Paxley comes out, and then that's Dana Brooke, who is about to challenge Jordan Grace next, and she worked for WWE. Her name is Dana Brooke. She was just released, and then she signed
Dana.
to TNA, and her name's Ash by Elegance.
Right.
So the TNA title wasn't on the line, okay? And then
Hold on, did they call her Ash or did they call her Dana Brooke?
I didn't hear what they called her.
Okay.
Chat, tell me, did they call her Ash by Elegance or did they call her Dana Brooke?
Dana by Elegance.
Dana by Elegance, yeah. So now what they're setting up here is because on TNA, and if you watch this past week, right, Jordan Grace and Ash by Elegance, Dana Brooke, we'll call her, are going to fight each other for the belt, basically, eventually. But at Slammiversary, Jordan Grace. Oh wow, they have an ECW show coming out on AEW. I cannot wait, dude. I cannot wait for that. That's going to be on Patreon. We're going to watch the rise and fall of ECW. But anyways, though, so at Slammiversary, Jordan Grace is having an open challenge. So everybody's like, okay, a WWE or NXT talent's going to show up. I've been saying Natalia or Roxanne Perez, and they're going to carry on the story. I think because Roxanne Perez just won, it only makes sense that fucking Roxanne Perez shows up at Slammiversary, and she used to wrestle in TNA and is a former Knockouts champion. And if she shows up there and goes, hey, I beat you, give me my shot at Slammiversary, and then Jordan defends against Roxanne, and then fucking Ash by Elegance gets involved in that, and then Jordan will just go on and defend her belt against Ash by Elegance down the line. So that's my fantasy mark booking there. I'm not mad at Roxanne coming out with the belt, but I think it would have been cool. But you can't just because TNA people show up, WWE's not going to fucking just put them over on all their talent, and Jordan's not going to have boo-boo face about getting these opportunities either. So, yeah, I don't know. I applaud it.
She could see her career for the next 5 years with this company. That's why she's happy to be there.
Yeah. I called Grace for the win. Yeah, for sure. I know. We got that one wrong. So, we're at I don't know, not batting good. So Trick Williams is going to defend as well. Watch it be a swerve, and then Ethan takes the belt. Ethan Page, which would be insane actually if they pulled the trigger on him.
So they're going to treat Trick like Swerve, huh?
No, they wouldn't do that. That's the thing. They just
short order championship run coming right up.
You just can't do that.
Why can't they?
Trick's way too over, and Ethan just came from AEW. You can't just like reward people who like. I know they did that for Cody and sort of Jade, but like they're special attractions. Like look at Cody; he's like the biggest baby face since John Cena, and you got Jade, who's just like an attraction. So,
right.
But I don't know. It's weird that they let Dana Brooke come in and everything, but hopefully, like. I don't know. That's weird. Is she pulling double? Because the thing with TNA right now, guys, too, is that they have like their core talent on like long-term deals, but then other people are just getting paid for like shots, you know, like
right.
Yeah. So you get paid for like appearances and stuff. They're like more open to that. So
you know what? So far in this pay-per-view, there haven't been too many rewatchables. It's not like I'd be fired up to see the last match again.
I'm gonna rewatch
it was good.
I'm gonna rewatch the women's match again for sure. That Jordan Grace one.
Yeah,
because it was good, and just all the schmoz shit. I like to psychoanalyze that stuff. Like the ending to WrestleMania 40. I've rewatched that shit probably 400 times at this point already. Awful. The night after it happened, I fucking rewatched that shit 700 times, dude. And just like stared at different each person throughout. You know what I mean? Like I just watched different things the whole time. Like, yeah. So
can you still explain to me the Jade Cargill, Bianca Belair, Naomi entrance, please? Because I didn't get that shit at all.
I don't know. They were just trying to be lit for WrestleMania, bro.
Yeah, but like the opening set, it was just
who's
like
more over, Swerve or Trick? The numbers don't lie, my friend. Scully vibes. It's Trick Williams. I'm sorry.
Right.
The numbers do not lie. We can pull those charts up again. Awful was on the show earlier. We had his charts. I think I unbookmarked them, but the numbers don't lie.
No, they
you know.
don't.
So it is what it is, man. People can.
They
be
showed
mad.
a Subway commercial for some sort of burrito, like some salad, I guess, chicken burrito, whatever. I got nothing to say other than the fact that Subway sucks.
Yeah, you're talking about food.
and every fucking that's all. Listen, man, I'm happy to be here, and I'm just talking.
No, you do your thing, man. I love having you here. So Kip Sabian voiced some frustrations over his AEW booking. I don't know. There's a little
Who?
Yeah, the guy with a box on his head for like a year. He's underutilized and on hiatus, and he voiced his frustrations. And I'm not going to read Ringside News article because it's Kip Sabian. Like, shut him out and shut up Penelope Ford. I put over their faction with Butcher and the Blade, but Sexy Red's on TV, so I'd rather talk about that. Although there is frustrations, speaking of buildings and stuff like that, I will read this one. AEW COO Kosha Irby has taken a shot at the Mid-America Center, the host venue for last night's Collision. Irby posted a message thanking the city of Council Bluffs, Iowa, and its fans, but labeled the venue subpar. When questioned if he meant superb, Irby doubled down by posting a GIF saying, "I said what I said." So AEW struggling and renting half the Lola Vice and Sexy Red just twerked on us there. I'm not mad at it. Booker T had
I
his
bet you
dream
one of
come
them women
true.
smells like a pound.
Booker T, keep manifesting moments, please. Don DeMarco. But yeah, dude. So Kosha Irby taking shots at the building that hosted Collision, calling it subpar. I mean, you guys aren't even renting out the full building, so who's subpar here? Your thoughts on that as this brawl takes place backstage?
Kosha Irby, I believe. No, I'm sorry, that was somebody else. But Kosha Irby, you've got to do better at your job. There's no logical reason for you as a business person, a COO, to be tweeting like that. Stay the fuck off Twitter, especially when your boss is on Twitter and he's doing all the wrong things. You should learn a lesson from that. In fact, you should be a perfect example for that, because just stay the fuck off Twitter. There's nobody wants to hear from you anyway. You don't have too many followers. Why even bother? Spend time learning your craft, bettering your craft, and making sure more people show up at the arenas.
It's a good call. And so Tiffany Stratton has signed a deal with the Paradigm Talent Agency, and she said that by the time she's 30, she's going to be trying to become the next Rock and stuff in Hollywood. What do you think about that?
Okay. So, like so many others, I mean, Tiffany Stratton looks like, that's what I'm saying. Like, Tiffany Stratton looks like a lot of women in California, doesn't she? I mean,
man, she's got it.
Okay, what is it?
It's just that it factor, dude. That thing you can't teach. Jamal Hill in the crowd here. Former UFC
Sexy
light
Red looks
heavyweight
like she went around the corner just to roll up a blunt and came back.
Speaking of which, so yeah, man.
Oh, they're showing UFC fighters here.
They're showing UFC fighters.
I was like, who
man,
are these
Jamal
no-name knuckleheads? Like, why are you guys showing me these people?
No,
okay, so
no.
they're UFC fighters. Gotcha.
Yeah, former light heavyweight champion. We were talking before about ECW though, and there's going to be an ECW A&E biography. And here's what Jackie Redmond had to say about Paul Heyman. Shout out Jackie Redmond. And she also was doing the coverage for the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs and that. And yeah, here's her just talking about Paul Heyman on, I don't know, some mainstream stuff here.
I know this name's going to make you smile, so I'm just going to say it. Paul Heyman. So, before I get to this story that I want to share with you, because it is so Paul, and though he's never admitted it to me that it was him, I know deep down inside, damn it, that it was Paul Heyman. But when I say that name, what does it mean to you, and how much has Heyman helped your career in the WWE?
So current role at WWE, I just thought Paul Heyman was one of the most entertaining people in wrestling. And I think most people view him that way. And I thought he was a genius then, just watching him, formulate words, put
Sexy Red is the energy. Yeah, dude.
Dummy. Yeah.
I'm feeling it, man. I get it. I get why they brought her in, and she clearly loves and understands.
She's got
the
that
pro
take your
wrestling
wallet
thing.
while you fucking go to the bathroom energy.
Yeah. Hey, man, but there's nothing. You know what I mean? When you're younger and shit,
Yeah.
sometimes that's fun. Shout out
Poke
Santi
holes in
Zap
your
and
condom.
Denise Salcedo, who just appeared on WWE TV. Shout them out as well. Thank you, Scully, for the chat. Yeah, shout out Santi Zap and Denise Salcedo. But yeah, here's Jackie Redmond.
speeches together,
Yep.
you know, really orchestrate an entire scene, even when he's not the person speaking. So I've always admired him from afar, but going into WWE, I was nervous to meet Paul Heyman. I still am very intimidated by him. But what I've learned is that he is, like most people that are the best at what they do, he is a student of what he does. And he studies so much, not just within wrestling, but outside of wrestling, to perfect his craft. And I first started, and he gives me feedback all the time, which I love. Like, for any aspiring broadcasters out there, feedback is your best friend, good and bad, like you need it. And he gives me that. And I find it harder to get the more I go in my career, get honest feedback, and he gives it to me. But one thing that I'll never forget, I had only been on Raw for a few weeks at this point. He sat me down in Gorilla, and he put, and I wish I could remember the name of the song, but he pulled up an iconic Prince performance. And I think it was from the 80s. And he said, watch this with me. And I want to show you how the brilliance of this man is, you can't say enough about Prince. But he said, watch the way that this man controls the audience. He has them the whole way. He makes them a part of it. He's like a conductor. And I sit through this whole performance with Paul Heyman, and I walk away going, he's not Prince, but like, this is what he does. And how does he figure out how to do it? He looks at some of the greatest artists of our time and says, how do they perform? How do they keep an audience over an 8-minute performance or a concert or a one song?
I don't know, man. Paul Heyman spitting game to Jackie Redmond. Ethan Page getting a huge entrance, like coming from the back, and
yeah, that was nice.
Got his own music and this all ego music. This is slick.
And it blew my mind that this man at this stage of his career still looks at things like that, about how to be better and how to, perfect something that he's already so good at. And then he had his Hall of Fame speech, and anyone out there that's not watched it, go watch his Hall of Fame speech. He had the crowd start to finish.
Yeah, like the greatest Hall of Fame speech of all time, man, I think. But yeah, shout out Paul Heyman and shout out Jackie Redmond. Here, I'll pull this card back up.
I know this name is going to make you smile, so I'm just going to say it.
Yeah, I just thought that was interesting, and I love Paul Heyman. He's one of my all-time favorites, so I just wanted to bring that to the show. Here we go. Ethan Page. Trick Willie, though. Oh, yeah. Trick Willie getting the big entrance, too. Oh, yeah, dude. That place goes fucking crazy for him. Big fight feel is right. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Whoop that.
He could have been suspended. He could have been stripped of the title. Will Trick Williams come out the gate? And did you hear that? You forgot what it was. Trick Williams.
Oh, yeah, dude. Yo, this crowd's going crazy for Trick, dude. Let's go.
All right. Yeah, Trick Williams has a far more better upside and looks more the part of whatever he's trying to do than Swerve Strickland ever could. Swerve Strickland needs to hit the fucking gym. Like, that could change a whole lot. You look like you just, like you do KFC on Sundays, man. I mean,
he's over his shit, man. Trick Willie's over his shit.
Trick Williams is over.
Yeah, he's over his shit, dude. Dude, this is like big fight feel. They got those big entrances from Damn. Anyone know how much a ticket from tonight was? No clue. Here we go, main event time. Whoop that trick. The whole place. Awful. Do you hear that shit?
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. NXT title. They still have the NXT 2.0 colors on that bay. Ethan Page got a great entrance, though, and he looks like a star. He carries himself like a star, and he's got size. He lays his shit in. I know you're liking these punches.
The referee looks like a guy who made my pizza last night.
Oh, you mean Luis Cardinal? Were you
Cardaluzzo?
Yeah, were you with me? Yeah, when I did that bit where I was reading like an old Italian guy. That was the funniest shit ever.
All right, so Ethan Page working those punches again.
Yep.
Looking pretty good.
Anyone trying to predict Meltzer's ratings? Nah, who gives a shit about Meltzer's ratings, dude? We'll just make
those
fun of
ratings
them.
died out 10 years ago.
Exactly.
It's only young people. If you notice, it's only young people that really tout that shit. I shouldn't say young people. Anime profiles. I don't know if they're young or old. Trick Williams should never throw another fucking forearm ever.
You don't think?
No.
Nope.
Damn, they're in the stairs already.
I'm not that far.
Oh, you're not? Yeah, they're in the staircase brawling.
So let me ask you something, Phil. If we were on Patreon right now, and the volume was turned off on this PLE, would you still be able, and like maybe shrink it down to maybe 1/4 its size? Do you think you could get away with it on Patreon? Doing a live,
I wouldn't risk that for like a PLE or like a raw, like a full raw or anything like that.
Right.
But I would I'll talk to you off pod, man. I can help you with all that. You know what I mean? Like I'm very knowledgeable of like all the guidelines and everything. So just hit me up and we'll work that out. Cause I'm going over to, so starting actually Tuesday, I'm recording some Patreon content.
Right.
You guys can see below patreon.com/prowrestletimes. And I'm going to watch stuff that would get stricken on YouTube, but not like, you know what I mean?
Right.
I'm not gonna like just full blown like show pay-per-views or anything like that, but I'm gonna like they're more relaxed. Like you can watch a YouTube video or like a song can play for more than 3 seconds without you getting pulled for the music or whatever, you know. So that's all. It'll just be more like if I want to show stuff from Kill Tony, or I want to show, you just something that has some music. Remember this? Like I made a video of every wrestler ever getting punked. Well, that's why I can't upload it to YouTube. I get pulled down by MTV. Well, I can watch it with you guys on Patreon. So I'm going to do stuff like that. That's wrestling related. But as far as like, it's SummerSlam, let me watch it on Patreon with people. I wouldn't risk that. That's
right.
You probably, that's a little too. But anyway,
you know what this match should be emulating right now?
What?
Austin versus Brett at WrestleMania 13. It should have that kind of grit to it. Right now, they're working a wrestling match. And as far as I know, this was like a blood feud right off the top. So if you're going to take it that route.
Yeah. Ethan's like he's good like at I don't know, he just takes his time, paces, he's going to do holds, the rest holds, but he's bear hugging and he's
a good punch.
Yeah, he throws a good punch, and he's just a grounded guy. He's not going to do anything too fancy.
Yeah, but neither did Brett or Austin. They brawled around all over the arena.
Yeah, they brawled. That stair spot was pretty nasty, but it was good. It was okay. But yeah, awful, man. I was gonna ask you too. I was gonna say you got to come do some Patreon content with me, like over on my stuff, like do
Can I
some
tell you a real quick
reactions
funny
with me.
story, Phil?
Yeah, let's hear it.
So I think last week, or maybe it might have been whenever we last did our podcast, your podcast here.
Yeah.
So so people in the chat know, like when I do Toonie Talk, after the show was over, we kind of shoot the shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like for maybe like another half hour. I tried to do that with Phil. Phil cuts off the entire
Yeah, I dip out, man. Like if I go for like, yeah.
I sat there for like 10 minutes, like, I guess we're not going to have a little.
Oh, but do you
show
guys
analysis.
see? That's the thing, because when Toonie Talk ends, I dip out right away too, because I just thought that's what you all did. Like I didn't even think about it. So, no, if you want to chop it up after, let's fucking do it, man. I'm never trying to. I don't mean to. Yeah, no. I just figure everyone's like probably tired of hearing me already. I'm like, you're Awful's probably sick of me by now.
I am.
Yeah, so
not gonna lie.
I'm just like, yeah, dude.
I've had it up to here with you.
I'll leave him alone. So.
Yeah, this match is good, but this is just a match.
That's what
like,
I mean. Everything
there's no
tonight
anger. There's no
like
grit.
Everything tonight sort of felt like that way to me. It's just another match, sort of like nothing's bad. No one's working bad or anything, but nothing really made me go like, oh. So it didn't really fully live up to the hype. But at the same time, we got some story progression and we see more TNA, WWE, NXT crossover. So I'm happy with that. Yeah, because we're going to see more of that in the future. So I'll put that aspect over. Like we saw Ash by Elegance and stuff. So I don't know. Maybe we'll get like a crossover tag team match. Maybe they are building to the next takeover. Will be like TNA, NXT, takeover. Like, and that's what it is. And they'll have a card of NXT, like the Forbidden Door, but NXT TNA. And for all the idiots going like, oh, they don't get anyone from Raw or SmackDown, though. It's like, yeah, that's not what the exchange is. Why would WWE do that? TNA and NXT can help each other grow. And especially, like, I don't know. It just makes sense. I don't know. It makes sense for them to team up. Why would you lower Raw and SmackDown to TNA's level? You know,
you also want to take one of those pawns off the chessboard for AEW. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want him swooping in and taking up TNA too. I'm sure he's tried, but WWE was probably like, we've got an idea for you guys for the next 10 years instead of the next 10 weeks or 10 days. So,
yeah.
So many things that Tony has missed out on. I think he should have really thought the whole process of creating this organization out. He should have had focus groups. I bet you WWE still has focus groups after Raws and SmackDowns. Okay, guys, you guys are strangers. What did you guys think of the show? What did you guys think of this particular wrestler? You know what I mean? Like they get Q ratings from these people, and they're able to work from there. That's why they let somebody like Ricochet go. You know what I mean? Like they let these people go with a purpose. They know they're not drawing. They're not really bringing anything into the product. Sure, he's a great hand, but WWE has a philosophy like we want everybody to shine. And if you're not shining, that's on you. See you later.
Yeah. And like I also, they're sort of working it into angles too, like that Brooks Jensen wrestler. He just showed up at a random indie. I told you guys he's going to be like, they're sort of stealing like Jack Perry's, thing with Brooks Jensen, where it's like he feels all disheveled, so he's showing up at random shows, and like he's going to show up in TNA. Like Regal's kid will probably show up and have a dream match in TNA. He went to fucking All Japan and had a dream match, or quote unquote like a whatever NXT versus whatever. So he'll do that too for sure. Speaking of Japan, like Trick Williams just did the Okada spot, but I think he used the stair. He didn't just clear the barricade. That's chill. But yeah, man, so far this match, like I love Trick, dude. He's just super over, and I'm a fan of his, and I like Ethan Page too. He's living up to the hype, I believe, as far as like his abilities in the ring.
If there's anybody in wrestling right now that could be a spitting emulation, a spitting imitation of Booker T, it's Trick Williams. If I was Trick Williams, I'd use everything from Booker T I could in every one of my matches.
Okay. Also, Ethan Page was super over in TNA as well. Like he was really over for them actually, and that's how he got over and started selling his own toys and doing really well on his own. Was because of that, and he took a chance on himself by going to AEW. Didn't pay off, but he's here in NXT, and oddly enough, he is wearing the black and gold and white. But those were NXT colors first. Let's be real. But yeah, I don't know, man. He's doing a good job, and I just think like they can use him to at least. There you go. You were talking about using Booker T shit. Trick just hit a bookend.
Yeah.
Boom, kick out. And I think, yeah, Ego will be good to elevate other talent, and he could be good in this TNA crossover too. So I hope we do get that card, NXT versus TNA. I think that'll be a yikes. I just saw the producer have to yell at the crowd to wake up. Yeah, that's shitty.
Really?
Yeah. That's the problem with Vegas, man, is that Vegas is touristy.
Tourist, yeah.
Yeah, so.
In fact, they did an opening shot with Booker T and the other guy, and it was just it looked like a bunch of tourists behind them.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. I didn't catch that. Clearing off the announce desk.
Anybody in the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania area?
Oh my
Happy
goodness.
Odun Day.
Happy what day?
Odun Day. It's a festival, an African festival in Philadelphia.
Right on.
That I was supposed to go to. My wife is coming back from it now.
Okay.
Trick Williams having Ethan Page trying to suplex him on the table. Ethan Page reverses. Big power slam through the table.
Yeah, that was sick. I'm a little bit ahead of you.
Okay.
Boom. I'm surprised.
The Ricolas go flying. Somebody's got Ricola candies on the fucking table.
That's crazy, man. Ethan he's rushing through some of his moves a little bit, though. I'm not going to bury him, but he's rushing through
Maybe
little
time
bit.
Constraints?
Yeah, maybe, because like even he hit his big. Here, I'm going to close this poll out. You guys liked NXT Battleground. 96 said good, 4% said bad. We need 15 likes, though. We're at 85 likes. There's 160 you watching. Hit the goddamn like button. Yeah, so Page is throwing the shots. I think I'm a bit ahead of you, but like basically he hit the Razor Ramon, the Razor's Edge, the Ego's Edge.
Okay.
And then he just sort of he just did it really quick, and then it was a kick out, and it just buried. That's like it's supposed to be his big move. Crowd didn't react at all, and then Trick Williams hit the flying knee finish.
Man,
Sorry, I probably just spoiled it.
Flying knee, empty seats.
Yeah, flying knee finish. Trick retains. They're going to obviously put NXT people over. I'll give it a round of applause, but they looked rushed for time.
Wow, and that's that.
I will say that, man. They look rushed for time there.
But what's after this? This was the main event, right?
Yep.
Okay. What is Sammy Guevara coming out or something?
I don't know. Maybe we'll see TNA Invaders. Maybe we won't. Maybe
Moose will come out.
That'd be funny.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. Maybe Uncle Howdy? No, just kidding.
Oh, God.
Yeah, hit the like
I'm the
button,
only
guys.
one not looking forward to Uncle Howdy, by the way.
You're not?
Fuck no. Not at all. Nice Razor's
Sexy
Edge.
Reds out here with Trick.
Oh, yeah, smelling like a pound.
Oh, man. You're a hater, Awful. I love it.
I'm a realist.
You're a realist.
All right, so for all you AEW shills out there, this pay-per-view wasn't all that great. I mean,
no, it wasn't the best PLE ever.
That's because of the atmosphere. That's what I believe.
It was an experiment, to say the least, as far as
Yeah.
like.
Now do this 2 or 3 more times, and if the crowd doesn't come alive by the third pay-per-view,
Yeah.
you have an idea of like what people want, what people don't want. Look at those empty seats.
Wow. So, okay, let's give our reviews here. Let's give our reviews. So NXT Battleground just ended. Let's start from the beginning here. We had the North American women's ladder match. Okay, who pulled it off again? It was Kalani. So I was wrong in my prediction on that one, and the match was okay. It was a little shorter than I thought, but that's not always a bad thing. But I was just very surprised by who they went with, and sort of an underwhelming. I was sort of underwhelmed. Your thoughts, Awful, on that match?
It was okay. Listen, I gotta always consider the fact that these guys, these women are brand new. We are talking about the ladder match, right?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
yeah. That they are brand new. A lot of them probably have not been in this type of match, so I gave it a consideration. But if that's one of the considerations, you can overcome that by simply just being basic. You don't have to do too much in a match of that style to really, tell your story. But other than that, I give it a C. Wasn't bad, wasn't good.
So we had the NXT Underground match, Lola Vice and Shayna Baszler. I don't know. I just thought there were some solid parts, but again, they left the ring real early, and then they didn't. I don't know. It just left a little bit to be desired. I feel like that's my recurring theme of this entire PLE here for every match. But I mean, the right person won, and it was what it was. I don't know. I'll give it like a C plus. Your thoughts?
The AEW style matchup that didn't really mean anything, didn't really amount to anything. And if you're going to have that style of match, you're going to have to lay them in, ladies. You're going to have to lay them in. And when you don't lay them in, or when you start doing segment or spots where you're outside the ring and just doing just keep it ground and pound. You're going to have to take some bumps at the end of the match. You probably get a black eye or whatever, but it's going to be far more worth it than what we saw tonight.
So the triple threat, which I thought was either my first or second favorite match on the card, Joe Coffey, Oba Femi, Wes Lee. I don't know. Femi's great, and I liked his powerhouse spots. And yeah, everyone did their jobs, and Oma Femi won. And shout him out. That match was pretty solid. I'll give it like a B plus.
Yeah, another C for me. A lot of these matches, I'm gonna have to, nothing blew me away tonight.
Nothing blew me away. Yeah,
but Oba Femi's moveset and his facial expressions, he's gone he's gone places.
He's going places in life. Yeah. So and then we had the tag match, Gallows and Anderson versus Axiom and Nathan Frazier. It was what it was. Just give it like a C. It was what it was. Nothing memorable. And it's literally, I don't know. I would just have the titles on the Good Brothers if it's me, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that they didn't switch the belts over, because you could do a lot. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can do a lot with veterans who've got a championship belt.
And nobody on this card lost their title, so everybody retained, and then they crowned a new champion at the beginning. So it was a night of title defenses too. So dang, man, like, just left something to be desired. I think if Jordan Grace beat Perez and then Perez beat her back at Slammiversary or something, and they swapped titles and did that idea I had, that wouldn't hurt anybody for business, but who knows? I don't know. But speaking of that match, this is my favorite match, or second favorite match of the night, either in front of or behind the triple threat, is Jordan Grace and Roxanne Perez. I thought it was solid. The color was good. The end was kind of schmozzy, but they're doing like an invasion type whatever, and it all makes sense storyline wise if you follow it. So I actually enjoyed it, and I think Dana Brooke, she's recognizable, but she's been in TNA and she was in NXT right before she left. So does it make sense to use her? Yeah, it's who TNA's using anyways, so maybe it's just a coincidence. But I'm okay with all the afterbirth stuff. It wasn't offensive, at least. But your thoughts on that match and I guess the afterbirth?
I liked it. I mean, again, not rewatchable for me, but it let me know. It introduced me properly to Jordan Grace, and it introduced me properly to Roxanne and what they're able to do.
And then the main event, Trick and Ethan Page, I felt like they were rushed for time. The crowd was dead by this time, and
they had no right to be dead.
Yeah, so
It wasn't.
I don't
It
know.
wasn't a long ass 4-hour pay-per-view.
No, it was fine. It was paced well, so I don't know what was going on there. Ethan Page did his job well. I think he's a good signing for NXT. The right guy won, of course, but yeah, they seemed rushed. And Trick, I don't know. He's still got to work on his facials a bit. He's got to work on his selling a little bit, but it's not egregious, man. It's nothing bad. It's I don't know. I like what he's got going on. So the right guy won again. And overall, yeah, I give this card like fucking, I don't know. This is like a C. Your thoughts on the main event there? Awful.
Trick Williams showed me, some things. I'm impressed by him. I'm not impressed by Ethan Page, other than he throws a damn good punch.
Yeah.
And he looks like he has, but again, we don't know if it was. Let me finish my thoughts. He does have potential, but what I do think happened was that the match got it was speed ran through. It was a speed run. I think they were a little short on time, and so they had to bottom line it. So I give it a I give that match a B.
Okay, well, round of applause for the pay-per-view. For $2, Scully Vibe says, awful. What's an A-B match to you as an example?
From NXT or from wrestling in general? I mean, from wrestling in general, I like things that draw you in immediately. I like matches that, goddamn, I'm thinking right off the top of my head, I'm thinking of Steamboat Savage. I'm thinking of Brett and Austin. I'm thinking of Stanson and Brody. I'm thinking of so many great matches. I've been saying it all night. Bailey versus Sasha is my favorite women's match of all time. So anything that has, just like Hogan said earlier, a beginning, middle, and an end, and that there are clear-cut winners, clear-cut heels, clear-cut baby faces. Doing the tweener things, it makes your job a little bit more difficult because you can get away with certain things, but you can't get away with other certain things. But if you have clear-cut heels and baby faces, you're doing all right off the top.
No doubt, no doubt. Thank you so much for that. In general, he said, yeah. So you nailed it. So, okay, yeah, that was the pay-per-view or the PLE. Let's look through. I have some more clips, and then everyone, I want you to start polishing up your flutes, and I want to get to 100 likes, and I want you all to start polishing your flutes.
Right. Give me 5 minutes, Phil.
Take your time, man. Yeah, I'm gonna run through. I'm gonna run through some of these. So, Bryan Danielson, folks, chat. This is via 6ABC. Bryan Danielson on why he joined AEW and the difference between AEW and WWE. And Danielson says, this is one of the things that drew me to AEW and why I kind of wanted to come to AEW is that AEW is like a wrestling first company. It's a wrestling company for wrestling fans. It's like, dude, no, WWE fans are wrestling fans too. I fucking hate when people do this. But anyways, he says sometimes WWE is more based in general entertainment. Okay, that's true. They want to reach as many casual viewers as possible. True. Where I think AEW is like, hey, we love sickos. No, hey, if you love wrestling, here's this wrestling. Okay. That's WWE does that too, though. So that's not really offering. But also, like, even if you're not a wrestling fan, we're putting on wrestling and the wrestling itself is going to bring you in. No. See, that's the myth that keeps being told. Oh, the wrestling itself will lure you in. If you don't like wrestling, then if you do see this wrestling, it'll bring you in. No, that's not true. That's not true, dude. That's been, no one saw Vikingo and went, oh shit. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry. Like, and I'm a mark for the flippy moves too and all that. It's just, that's the myth that everybody perpetrates. Tony Khan believes this. Oh, if we just put this on TNT, they'll come, you know, it just doesn't work that way, dude. So, and I think that's one of the really unique things about AEW. If you were to do a comparison of the two, like just watching the shows, you'll see that there's a lot more wrestling in the 2 hours of Dynamite than there is even in a 3 hour Raw. And sometimes there's more wrestling on an AEW Dynamite show than there is on Raw and SmackDown combined. And it's like that, I don't know, just Danielson, it's just regurgitating like the business jargon with Tony Khan, basically the script that's been written for them. I love Danielson, but fuck, man, how the mighty have fallen due to AEW. Plenty in pixel art, thank you so much. For $5 says, I heard something about Danielson possibly participating in an MMA match soon. Is that actually a thing? Because wouldn't that like kill him? I have not heard that, and I'm a big MMA mark, and I pray to fucking God. What he said, what Danielson was quoted saying was he hopes that he is in at least one more like real fight in his life before he dies. So whether that's a sanctioned MMA match or he gets in a street fight with someone, I'm sorry, dude, but he's saying like sort of reckless CTE stuff, but I'm not making fun of that or like trying to say that like diagnosing. I'm just saying that that's very like impulsive and scrappy, and that's fine. Like, you know what I mean? Whatever, dude. Sometimes it's like Kenny said, sometimes I need to get punched in the head, you know, or maybe you got to get punched in the head. That's the reality of the world. And I understand that, but like with his, just what he's given and put his body through, you'd think he'd want to not get punched as much as possible. It's this weird thing where it's like WWE really saw this in him, and that's why they were saving him from him. And now we're seeing that because of AEW, right? So not to yeah, I don't know. That's all I can really say on it, man. He's a man. He can make his own choices in life, but wowzers, he's exposed a lot about, you know, his mentality on this. And Danielson just really, I think, is one of these guys who likes getting knocked around for real. So, and there's just some people like that, you know. You know, there's just some people like that. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, awful. Back just in time. Your thoughts on Danielson just saying, like, I don't know. I basically broke it down. Like, he basically is claiming the same thing Tony Khan claims, that if you're a casual and you don't like wrestling, but you see this wrestling, you'll be like, oh, this wrestling's great. And I'm like, that's a myth. That's never worked. And then Danielson is talking about he wants to have another fight in his life before he's dead, whether that means like a sanctioned one or a street fight or something. What's your thoughts on that?
He's going to be fighting with his doctor soon. Shit.
Fighting with that insurance company.
Fucking right he is. He don't make no sense. Why would you want to do an MMA fight? You're going to get rocked in an MMA octagon. Brian Danielson, whatever you want to call him. I mean, does he strike you as a real tough guy?
Well, he for real trains, dude. Yeah, like I think he would do better than Punk in a real fight, in my opinion.
Oh, okay. All right, whatever.
Just my opinion. So Danielson is saying, you know, we're the real wrestling. And that's always the adage with these, you know, the sports based. And I argue different. I say that AEW is just indie sports entertainment craziness, and WWE is more sports based now. That's my opinion. The veteran Jack Vaughn, here's his opinion on quality versus quantity, which is the debate with AEW and Danielson saying, oh, there's more wrestling on a Dynamite than Raw and SmackDown combined. Well, here's the difference. Quality versus quantity via OVW zone, Jack Vaughn.
Indie wrestling versus professional wrestling. Indie wrestling versus.
Dude, I love when he's like, That shit is so funny. Yeah. But Danielson, what everybody needs to understand, Tony Khan, this is what we see. What he's doing here. Like, this is what we see. Like, this is what we're seeing. And Tony's going like, oh my God, like this isn't far off when Cassidy and Kingston and them are doing these fucking shitty forearms. Yeah, he calls them that too, shitty forearms. Like, This isn't far off. I've seen this spot right here 100 times. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Right here, thigh slap, boom. Like we've all seen this, and it just look at one kick he shows you, like. You know what I mean? And that's just what it boils down to.
You ever been in a fight?
Have I ever been in a fight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever use a forearm?
No, maybe on the ground. Maybe on the ground, you'll like shove a forearm in someone's face, or to separate, you'll like, you'll smack some forearms to try and. If you're on the ground though, when you're standing up, no, dude. Unless you're like real confident in your elbows, you're not really Tony John motherfuckers out and throwing forearm strikes. But here's the thing: I'm not even mad at forearm strikes in pro wrestling, because if the commentators were to go, and folks, the reason pro wrestlers strike with their forearms and their elbows primarily is because closed fist strikes are banned, and also pro wrestlers, you might wrestle twice in a night, you might wrestle 3 times in 1 week, folks, and so you don't want to break your hands. You know what I mean? You want to avoid cuts, and you don't want to break your bones, because then you'll be sitting on the bench and you won't be getting paid. Pro wrestling's different than MMA, so that's why we use forearm strikes. Like, there's a way to explain it in a sports way, but they don't do that. No one does that anymore. They just go, no, here's the Kenta Kobashi fucking strikes. And no one explains why chops and forearm strikes in wrestling would make sense. Well, that's
not going to work with the gas station attendant. It's just not.
I know,
they
but
want to
that's
see.
they want to
see.
I'm not saying it will. I'm just saying if you want to present it as a sport, that's how you fucking do it, to try and be different. You explain these things and go, "This is why MMA is different than pro wrestling." You know what I mean?
Show, don't tell. Don't tell us about it. Show us. In fact, have somebody throw a working punch while the ref's back is turned. That's how you show us.
Right.
You see what I mean?
I agree. I fully agree with that. I'm not going to argue that at all. I fully agree with all of that.
It's stuff that they've only been doing for the last 60 years. I mean, I've
forever.
seen 20 different promotions. They all do it.
For like fucking 100 years, bro. Pro wrestling's been a certain thing for like 100 goddamn years, dude. And now they just want to switch it up. But speaking of 100-year-olds, no, I'm just kidding. That's so rude, dude. How could I do that? Cyndi Lauper was on the Drew Barrymore show. Now, Cyndi Lauper here, if we click on this, she was on Jimmy Fallon though first. She's doing the rounds, the media rounds, and she's been talking about wrestling and just putting it over and how great all of the talents were back then. And she goes, she's on Jimmy Kimmel, and she goes, I feel you haven't gotten as much credit as you deserve for as incredible as your voice is, because of the hair and the jewelry and the wrestling and all that kind of stuff. And she goes, I know a couple of moves. And then Jimmy says, I remember you attacking Captain Lou Albano and Roddy Piper. And then Cyndi goes, yes, and I was a wrestling manager for a while with Wendy Richter and that fabulous Moolah. And she's putting it over. And then here's a clip of her on Drew Barrymore, just sort of talking wrestling. And I just thought this was a very endearing clip. And it warmed my old, cold, brittle heart there. Awful, as we polish our flutes. Are you a Cyndi Lauper fan? Are you a fan of her music? How old are you? You were saying you're like a dinosaur. Is this is she from your time or what?
Yeah, Cyndi Lauper's from my time.
Okay. Were you a fan? Are you a fan?
No, I don't know one of her songs except for Girls Just Want to Have Fun.
Okay. Well, one is enough sometimes.
And what's up with the lion's mane on her head?
I don't know. Let's find out. Is that over with you or what?
I dressed up.
Awful. You a fan of Captain Lou? Oh, I don't know if he's there. Okay.
It was the first time that Ross Matthews was a.
Hey, that's Whiteface. No, I was just kidding. Oh my God. I'm just jokes, guys. Everyone calm down.
Attracted to me. I am his.
You know that. They gave her that call 4 weeks
you're
ago.
pretty fucking crazy. But I don't people jump on Drew Barrymore, but like, man, they had her like drinking booze when she was like 9 and shit. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, so she's one of the like
Spielberg, Geffen, and Katzenberg. That's what was doing
dude.
that.
Yeah, dude. Sick, twisted world. That fake Hollywood fucking.
Yeah, I know. It's sickening. Who still watches these fucking shows?
I don't know, me apparently, but I don't.
Shows.
I just saw the clip, and I liked it, but It's just like, what is? It's just such a weird way to.
What a face on Drew Barrymore! Holy shit!
Come on, man. She's banging back in the day too. Poison Ivy. What was that movie called? Come on
I
now.
don't fucking know.
I
I
might
don't
be
think I've
saying the
seen
wrong
ever
movie.
any Drew Barrymore's movie except for E.T. And she was 8.
Okay, but that was yeah, Cyndi Lauper. She's doing the rounds because of her farewell tour. We were informed in the chat.
What's
Guys,
next for Cyndi Lauper? Death.
man, you're fucked. You're fucked, dude.
That's an old Norm Macdonald joke.
Oh my god. So shout out Alfred Konua. This is Nasty, friend of the show. I like to play his pro wrestling bits. Go and check out his channel. And yeah, here's his top 10 heels in wrestling right now. And a reminder that AEW can't book a heel to save its life. I want Awful's thoughts on this here.
These are the top 10 heels in wrestling right now. Number 10 is any babyface going against Tony Storm, because AEW sucks at booking heels. Solo Sikoa. Gunther is a babyface on Reddit, but a heel on Raw. This time last year, Christian would be number 1. But as one of the only true heels in AEW, he checks in at number 7, followed by Liv Morgan, who's heating up. Drew McIntyre checks in at number 5, but it'll be a super babyface come Clash at the Castle. Nia Jax is one of the biggest legit heels in wrestling right now. Men's, women's, Samoan, you name it. Chad Gable is untouchable. This is going to sound crazy, but Alpha Academy is the bloodline right now, and Gable is a post-WrestleMania Roman Reigns. All Logan Paul does is get heat, and the number 1 heel in wrestling right now is Dominic Mysterio, because...
Yeah, dude. Great work by him there.
The biggest heel in the company in all of professional wrestling is AEW's production staff.
Yeah, exactly, dude. So guys, Awful, you're gonna talk to the chat while I run and get a soda water. Okay.
Sure.
Awesome. So just plug whatever you want to plug. I just need like 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
All right, guys, how are you? Oh, I got a question for the chat. So me and Phil and I were talking, and him and Marv want me to do like a podcast, a weekly podcast, and I'm not the type. I don't think I'm all that great as far as like doing YouTube podcasts. I appreciate you guys liking some of the shit that I say, but it's hard work trying to be funny with Phil Marks around. He's a tough cookie to crack. But anyway. Why does he have the picture frozen on Ricochet and Triple H looking at me?
I don't know, dude. You're tripping
I don't
out.
get it. I mean,
you're bugging.
He gave me nothing to work with.
Yeah, sorry, dude. No, dude, you definitely should start a show, but yeah, I want to, that the idea.
We'll talk backstage.
Yeah, the idea that I fucking pitched you there. I think that's the way to go, man. You're jumping on whatever you want is good enough. Yeah, dude, it's bro, you're gonna do great no matter what, but you got to, got to Mugatu. So guys, is everyone's flutes polished up or what? Do we got flutes in the chat or what? I need to see flutes in the chat. Yeah.
Did we get past 100 likes, by the way?
Some kittens. No, we're 6 away. 6 of you hit that like button.
Come on, guys.
Right now.
All it is a thumb press.
I'm reading the super chat, and there better be 6 people hitting that like button. You should do what makes you happy. But if you do release a podcast, I definitely consume it. Even aside from comedy, your knowledge is incredible. There you are, dude. And yeah, dude, you're a good hang and a good talk. And I love doing this. Like, we need to always continue doing where you come on my live show and do these watch alongs with me. I absolutely love when you do that. But I pitched Awful an idea for something for him and I to do together, because he's like, I'm not the type to do, and it's like, okay, I'll do the fucking brunt and grunt of it all, and you just show up and talk, and we'll make it happen. Like, don't worry. So we're talking, and it may happen, guys. And I think it would be fun, man. I enjoy like I said, you're truly like my favorite guest on the show, dude. Dude, I love it. So yeah, thank you so much for that.
Saturday.
Yeah, exactly. Well, next Saturday is in Scotland, guys. So the live show will be during the daytime as well. Whenever that airs, I'm gonna get.
Dude, they got another fucking pay-per-view coming up.
Yeah, dude, the Scotland, the Clash of the Castle. We got for $2. Do it, awful. Yeah, do it. He's gonna do it. He's gonna do.
I appreciate that, Jamie.
Yeah, and thank you so much, Jamie Earhart, and I will guide him along the way as well and impart the knowledge I can, because it would make me so happy to see you sell a lot of books. You know what I mean? Like, regardless of the outcome of AEW, man, you know, it's a great way to sell books as well. But anyways, guys, I hope is there flutes in the chat. Everyone's chatting away. But it's time for everyone's favorite segment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's, and also, by the way, Stacy Cornett, Queen Cornett's favorite segment of the week. Shout her out for listening. And it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. Oh, yeah. So, David Scher, friend of the show, he just doesn't know it. Great guy, never met him. But he goes, so Mike Johnson reports a story on Ricochet. Uncle Dave tries to be relevant and questions it. Sean Ross Sapp then confirms Mike's report. Wheels on the bus go round and round. So just a little shot at Meltzer, which is what we live for, guys. It's what we live for here. So then, speaking of Ricochet, who we spoke about way earlier in the show, we covered that entirely. It'll be its own clip. But Dave Meltzer on Ricochet. So according to every news source, right? And this is what David Shearer was just referring to. Ricochet
is leaving.
Yeah, he's leaving, bro. Like, it's been confirmed. He even tweeted under people like Ryan Satin, who's like, yo, when Ricochet leaves, he should get a video package like this. Ricochet commented under it.
Did you see that video package, by the way? Or that little video that Ryan Satin put out there about it was ass. Ricochet cannot promo. I had to laugh because I was just like, look at everybody trying their best to show us that Ricochet's got something going on.
Yeah.
No, it's too late.
No, I would just put him with like a hot fucking girl and just have him doing flips and baby facing, let her talk. But either way, yeah, Dave Meltzer just says, according to those, I'm close to the situation. Whatever. Everything is Tony Khan up in the air. So he's saying it's up in the air. This is my opinion on this. Meltzer's fucking known, and I've called it out a billion times, and I know that he's heard of these segments. I know he knows about Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week. And we always call him out for what? He stooges everything AEW. He's trying to now do the opposite of it. Oh, it's up in the air because he stooged Edge. He stooged fucking Adam Cole and Danielson and all that shit. So he's just trying to not stooge this Ricochet thing, but him saying, oh, it's up in the air. On the WWE side, bro, is what he's claiming. He doesn't know shit from So they're just saying that to him because they just know he's going to report this dumb shit. And I don't know. It's I think we're going to start knowing about these WWE releases months in advance or whatever. Like, maybe not months all the time, but we'll know about them. And yeah, I don't know.
Why do you think that is?
How do I think that is? Or
No.
why?
I said, why do you think that is? Yeah.
Because it's just a new regime, if you will. And instead of just like future endeavor, it's just sort of, it's just like, okay, these guys can leak it out. Like if Ricochet gets asked or it gets leaked out, okay, like they're not going to, they're treating it more like a sport, like WWE is. I don't know. And then also, like, I think, now, if I'm getting really like psychoanalytical, they could be looking at this as just also it benefits them for storyline purposes too. Like the whole ego Ethan Page thing. He's like, I didn't sign, and they didn't announce it until they did that segment where he came out with no music and got all of his demands met and everything. So maybe and I don't know, like, and it also helps the talent. If everyone knows Ricochet is going to be a big free agent, like, he's not just going to go to AEW right away. Maybe he will if Tony gives him the biggest bag, but it's like there might be a bunch of other feds that are like, well, shit, we can pool this money together and get him on this date, and he can do this date, and then maybe he'll go to Japan and do this date, and we don't really know, but it's like, I just think it's more like amicable and easier to how do you explain it? Like Vince is an asshole is basically what I'm getting at. Okay. Triple H and them aren't as big of assholes about this, and they know they allow these guys to take control of their careers, and you know what I mean? They're not so stingy about like, you can't speak about this, you can't do this, you can't say this, you can't. They're probably like, no, do your thing. If you're leaving, you're leaving. Let us know and make it public if you want or whatever. You know what I mean? And
WWE did a great thing. All they had to do was look at like 6 major wrestling journalists and completely ignore all 6 of them. And that's how you keep the secret. You don't have to tell anybody anything. You don't have to give anybody anything. And they're going to go right back to the 80s style of promoting where it's just like, you don't know anything and we've got all the cards. And
that's how it should be.
And the secret sauce is like, let's stop telling everybody every goddamn thing.
Yeah, no, I agree, dude. And we have a new member, Angela Schindel, became a member. Thank you so much. And welcome.
Yeah, what are your pronouns? Are you a he or a she?
And you're awful. We're trying to get listeners, not lose them, goddamn. No, but you're just in time, Angela, because this week, members only show coming this week. So you'll get to vote on what it is we talk about, or just get to ask questions, whatever. Either way, but Meltzer's dumb because if WWE's telling them it's up in the air, it means that it's not up in the air. They tell him the opposite. So we talked about this earlier too with Tony Khan and his conspiracy theories. The black helicopters, they're coming down. They're surrounding Daly's place. Don't look at my private plane or my punter. Okay, so AEW Neckbeards tweets this out. WWE and their
shout out
predatory
Neckbeards.
ways. Shout out Neckbeards, one of the goats. Common Neckbeards W. And so Tony Khan, though, this is the quote tweet from Dave. Dave Meltzer quote tweeted and said this to someone. Sorry, but the ratings I listed were accurate. The others were not. They were supplied by WWE to the reporter. Sorry for people mad because everything I slated was correct. And this is not a new story. A new story. It's a story that blah, blah, blah. And Dave insinuates what Ryback was insinuating earlier and saying WWE, which I have the story somewhere actually, but they were basically, he said that WWE was in cahoots with or pumping out false information to give false numbers on AEW. And then Tony Khan goes, these are the same predatory business practices that Jim Crockett Promotions and many former wrestling territories faced in the 1980s. I'm very grateful to all of you and Mortimer Mouse who watch AEW, and AEW is here to stay. And Tony Khan, and then Dave, after Tony Khan quote tweeted this, Dave swiftly deleted his tweet because this is like, he's claiming shit that like he's going to get sued for. He's a fucking idiot. I don't know. So tons of conspiracies. It's always conspiracy theories when it comes to AEW. I've pointed it out so many times. They're always yelling bots, and then they're the ones using bots. We've even seen the Observer bots. We've covered it on the show, Pro Wrestle Clips, if you haven't seen it. But awful. I just want your thoughts on basically all of this here. Dave and Tony here, being Alex Jones.
This is a real peculiar tweet.
And he deleted it. He deleted it. Are you talking about Tony, sorry, or Dave's?
No, both of them.
Yeah, because Dave deleted his when Tony quote tweeted it. Why? Because this is like libel. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but God damn it. This is, they're walking on.
One of my predictions for 2024 when I made my little predictions list on Twitter was that Tony Khan would sue Triple H, but it looks like it's going to be the other way around. Yeah, that is very libelous, and I can see why Dave deleted it. But what proof does you know why he deleted it? More so than the specter of getting sued, it's the fact that he has no proof of that. That's what's going on. He doesn't want this fucking tweet hanging out in cyberspace only to be proven wrong in the next 3 to 4 weeks.
So now you made the show again because you compartmentalized this great little Dave thing here because I had written it down in my notes. And because I was going to riff on this and it was going to be a focal point. And then lo and behold, I go on X and you already did my work for me. So at Wrestle Purists say most,
what else is new?
So, so Wrestling Observer newsletter states that most in TNA had no idea of the deal TNA management cut with WWE, which is a fucking.
Why would they want to? Like, why would they know? Why would
and here's the
management want to
thing.
tell them?
Exactly. More lips sealed, but also like even if they didn't, who gives a shit? Or they did know, and Dave's full of shit. But either way, it doesn't matter because what he did was Dave then comes out and at Awful Wrestling, shout him out. Right here with me. So we just covered this. We just had a clip come out. I think it's me and you, Awful, talking about how when Dave spoke about Tony Khan's TV dealings with WBD, and the word came out that Tony Khan was, quote, disappointed in the WBD dealings or the offer that was made to AEW. And then Dave Meltzer goes on this semantical rant coping about, well, what does disappointed mean? What does the word disappointed really mean? I mean, it's just semantics. And he's just projecting and coping and seething, and he's going off for fucking 20 minutes about what does the word disappointed really mean. I mean, he wasn't disappointed. He was just, not pleased. He was, not very happy with not disappointed though. What does that mean? So
it
then
means your website, Dave. It means you're bored.
So then 5 days later, Dave fucking dummy Meltzer comes out here and does a report.
Dummy, yeah.
About TNA and goes, oh, people didn't know backstage. And also, Dave Meltzer says that the numbers he heard offered by WBD for a new dealer are not disappointing. So here's the quote. I was told he wasn't disappointed at all, but at the same time, what does disappointed mean? I mean, it's just a word. So then he goes on to, this is what he says 5 days later.
Yep.
There was, quote, great disappointment that TNA ratings following Jordan Grace's NXT appearance didn't hit the top 150. And then here's Awful of this.
We're gonna find our way.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I know you youngins don't know it, but that's the old Silver Spoons.
Oh my God. What, Dave? Well, what does that even mean? Hey, did Dave talk about for 15 minutes? Well, what does great disappointment mean, Dave? Did you ever ask yourself what great disappointment means?
His wedding night.
Oh, yeah. Oh my God. For real though, it's like, what, like, oh my God. Well, no, Tony wasn't disappointed. He's not disappointed. No. What does disappoint? I mean, disappointed is just like a word. It's just like a word, man. I mean, what does it even mean, really? He wasn't really disappointed. He was just like, like disappointed, and then all of a sudden here,
Cape
first
for
thing,
AEW at
TNA was really
turn.
disappointed with Jordan Grace's. Go fuck yourself, Dave. You stupid. Oh my God.
And for the people in the chat, and I know you already know, Phil, but all you got to do is sit back and wait. And then within 5 to 7 days, Tony Khan, Dave Meltzer, Sean Ross Sapp, Andrew Baydala, whatever the fuck his name is, all these guys are going to be proven wrong. All you have to do, see, don't react so hastily when you see these guys tweet. Just wait 3 to 4 to 5 days, and you'll see the truth really, really come out.
Man, you just can't make this shit up. It's like you just can't make it up, dude. It's like Tony Khan. He goes and calls WWE the Harvey Weinstein of pro wrestling. And then all of a sudden he has like players on his plane signing NDAs for allegations and stuff too. Right. 2 weeks
And then you got
later,
people like Mercedes Moné and Will Ospreay talking about we're the best wrestle and talking about like, Tony's talking about the WWE being the Harvey Weinstein. Well, Will Ospreay and Mercedes Moné, they seem to be the little old victim whores of AEW. So how is that any different?
it's just hilarious. You can't make it up. It's almost like parody. We're living in a Leslie Nielsen movie, a fucking Mel Brooks movie. It's so funny. So the updated policy regarding Mexican talents working on the same shows, including AEW and Forbidden Door, per Wrestling Observer. So remember when everyone tried to say this isn't true, and people came under my comments when I talked about this on the show, and when oh no, this isn't true. Oh, you fell for that fake news. Here's Dave. Once again, Phil Marks being right again. The updated policy is that, and things are subject to negotiations with AEW. CMLL and New Japan seem to be that people who have not worked for AAA of late, but are Mexican born, will be allowed to appear on shows with CMLL talent. So listen, guys, I hate being right all the fucking time, but listen to me. So, except for my picks tonight at Battlegrounds, but listen to me. The wrestler, so we said it, right? Tony made some deal where he signed up the Lucha Bros and these guys who were more affiliated with AAA and Mexican and like Mexican or of Mexican descent luchas, right? They signed the deal with CMLL, and then the rumor comes out that these talents, these luchas, aren't allowed to appear if CMLL's on the card, and everyone's like, where's the Lucha Bros? And they're not there. And then we're like, yeah, that's what it is. They're not. Tony signed this goofy deal. So Dave just confirmed it because the updated deal now with CMLL. So everyone's like, oh, you fell for that fake news. It wasn't fake news. Dave just confirmed it. The new updated deal seems to be that people who haven't worked for AAA as of late, but are luchas, Mexican born, they will be allowed now to appear on shows with CMLL talent. So fuck you, Dave. Fuck you, all you fucking marks trying to tell me we were wrong about that. And fuck Tony for making stupid. Why the fuck do you have these lucha? What does Commander do that Ray Phoenix couldn't do for you? Like, it makes no goddamn sense. Figure out how to market. Start selling these Ray Phoenix masks. Do you know how many of these fucking masks WWE be selling? So Dave goes on and says, the belief is that will include Forbidden Door. So we think that will include. So the Lucha Brothers might be allowed on Forbidden Door, even though they're contracted to AEW, and no one in fucking CMLL or New Japan is contracted to fucking AEW. And you're not going to tell me Tony Khan's not acting like a fucking Vince, monopolizing and just a fucking man-child with toys? Are you kidding me? This is a slap in the fucking face, bro. And that's what we've always said. Women and luchas to him are just interchangeable. He just looks at them all as the same. He doesn't know what he's doing. Rush was a different situation as he was on the show but didn't wrestle. It is confirmed that unless things change, that Commander, since he holds the AAA Cruiserweight title, would not be allowed to work on shows with CMLL talent, nor would El Hijo del Vikingo when he is healthy. If things are consistent. So El Hijo's hurt. Yeah, that's great. Who would have fucking thought? If things are consistent, Bandito, when he's back, should fit into the category. So Bandito, this guy they signed away from WWE, and he might be allowed to wrestle with the CMLL guys Tony's using because that helps AEW somehow. Are you following this awful? Like, what kind of fucking
not really
dumb vortex fucking
the most I ever get from places like CMLL or AAA is when Conan talks about it.
Conan.
Other than that, I have no interest in Mexican wrestling as it stands now. They can definitely hook me in, but there's nothing grabbing my attention.
It's just disturbing how Tony Khan misuses talent and how he doesn't see value in people and how they're just clearly interchangeable like toys to him, and then how like he doesn't. Like he thinks that doing.
So when do you think he became a wrestling fan? When do you think Tony Khan became a wrestling fan?
Probably when he was a little kid, man. Probably.
Okay,
like
when's a little kid?
I don't know. I was a fan like as far as I can. My whole entire life, my earliest memories involve like watching pro wrestling with my grandfather.
Do you think he knows who Ed the Strangler Lewis is?
I'm sure he I'm sure he knows of them and is somewhat semi-familiar with them. Yes, I'm sure of that.
That's a goddamn shame how he's able to know these people and still come up with the product he comes up with. That's incredible to me.
He was booking shit in high school. Yeah, me too. I'd write down matches. I'd play them on video games and write them down. I still do it when I play 2K. Yeah, I'm a big mark, but it's like
Sportsville?
Huh?
Did you play sports?
Yes, dude. Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what made you have the time to fucking do?
Because I just loved wrestling, bro. I wanted to like be no, I didn't do EFED. I'm talking. I'd go home. People played Nintendo 64 growing up. I played PlayStation. Well, I played fucking SmackDown and shit, and I would write down. I have a brother. We'd write down matches. We'd book our shit. We'd go we'd go against each other. I'd go like my guys going like, you know.
Sorry, people in the chat. This is all a new phenomenon to me. When I was a wrestling fan back in the day, and I still am, but when like I was growing up watching, I mean, there was no such thing as like, hey, I'll book my own shit like that. No, come on. Like where does that shit come from? I'm so curious as to how you millennials / Generation Zers like.
It's because this is why I'll tell you how I started. It's because the WWE games and shit, they didn't have like what they have now is like universe mode or whatever, right? Like you play WCW and it's like, yeah, you pick a character and then you'd fight all the guys and then you win the belt and then it's over. Well, so then what you do with your friends, like I remember too, I'd go to my friend's house all the time, dude, and he would like have a card written out and it was just for the game. Like they didn't have a mode where you punch in all the matches, right? You had to so he'd just write it out and then we'd fucking play them. And I don't know, dude. It was fun, man. We would do. That's how I grew up. Yeah, millennial.
But I just
remember, fucking boomer. What you want me to call you a boomer? No, I'm just kidding.
No, I'm sorry. At that age, I was chasing women. What do you?
Yeah, exactly. Well, no. We're talking. Yeah, I mean, I guess it was like right before woman time for me. Is like when I was real writing down matches and shit. For sure, dude. I had belts. I had toys. I used to have all the dolls and shit. I wouldn't open them. I had like belts. I was a big mark, dude, my whole entire life, and I was always up on the shits too. I was always up on I'd watch wrestling tapes and stuff, you know? So I was always up on like Japanese style everything, you know what I mean? And my grandfather would tape everything. So I saw like tiger mask matches on tape and shit, you know what I mean? So I was very fortunate. And but I came like after the Hulk Hogan era, but again, I had it all on tape. My grandfather taped goddamn everything. So I was fortunate enough, like I just grew up on the shit. And then, the Attitude Era, of course, just like sucked me in and blew me away, right? So it's like,
you guys got to understand that I grew up like in the magazine days,
right?
Where it was just like they were talking about people like Pedro Morales, and you poured yourself into those experiences. Now, we didn't have the YouTube, so it was kind of hard to find a Pedro Morales match or an old ass Dusty Rhodes match. But I just want people in the chat to get a flavor of where I'm coming from. I have no problem with modernity in professional wrestling, but there are some things that I've seen that all companies have just thrown right out the window that works. And somebody like Tony Khan, who claims himself as some sort of savant in professional wrestling, he should know the very basics. Like he should be at these rehearsals with these wrestlers before they do their matches. Like, nope, that one's not going to work. That's the level of detail that Tony Khan should be at. But I just know he's not, because now you've just informed me that e-feds and fucking video games. Yeah, that's where people with short attention spans. No disrespect to you or anybody in the chat, but that is for people with short attention spans. And as we have seen, Tony Khan has a short attention span. He can't book past 5 weeks.
Yeah, I'm ADHD as fuck. So
you? So
Dave,
I got to treat you with kid gloves? Is that what? Okay. All right. As long as you're not an autist.
I might be. You never know, dude.
Fuck.
So Dave
my kid tried to get me on that one time. She was like, I'm autistic. I was like, from what doctor? You lying little.
Man, yeah. Shout out Lacey Evans. Yeah. Dave Meltzer I don't know, she got in trouble for saying like dyes cause fucking autism or something, so that's maybe a bad joke. Anyways, though, Dave Meltzer on Public Relations War, speaking of autism between WWE and AEW, after stating that WWE supplied incorrect
see why I need Patreon, my man? I'm about to offend half of your fucking audience.
Bro, they'll be okay. Okay, we'll all get it. It's just words. To the media from the June 1 edition of AEW Collision. So Dave says Sunday I start getting texts from people who are just like, did they really only do 122K and 34,000 18 to 49 for Collision? And it's like, man, all you people are always like, oh, the numbers don't matter. The numbers don't matter. But then you can't help but just complain about the fake numbers and the numbers. Dave, do the numbers matter or not, dude? You guys need to really make that clear. Anyways, though, Dave says this was a number supplied by WWE. So WWE invented the 122,000. Why would they even care when the show is only doing 300,000 anyways? Why wouldn't they make up a number about Dynamite, which actually can do 800,000 on occasion? Why wouldn't they do that? This is the dumbest conspiracy theory I've ever heard, dude. Right. And then Dave goes on and says, those of you who feel like WWE isn't concerned with AEW, or it's a one-sided thing, AEW is in a war with WWE. And you know, it's a pro wrestling war, okay? These pro wrestling wars are insidious. They are brutal. It's none of that. It's none of that. They're both in a public relations war. One side obviously is far more effective as far as getting news out there and controlling the media.
But he won't say who. Have you noticed that? He won't say
and
who.
This is why Dave's so dumb, and this is projection, because he is projecting because he knows that it's all the Twitterverse and AEW media. They're all shilling for AEW because they all want a piece of that pie. It's not WWE who gets the favorable media, dude, ever. It's like when Tony gets if Triple H outbursted like Tony Khan, yeah, as much as Tony Khan did, he would get fucking covered poorly too. So you can't count all that. That's not like, oh, look at how bad AEW gets covered. No, dude. It's fucking your guys' just minds on WWE too much. Like if Triple H was melting down the way Tony did, yeah, the sickos. Like if he was doing that, yeah, he would get covered poorly too, but he doesn't do stupid shit. But yeah, so one side's more effective controlling the media, a lot of the media, because they're afraid of not having access or whatever they're afraid of. WWE, obviously, whenever AEW has a badly rated show, WWE makes sure that the Fast Nationals get out. Now, in this case, I don't know how that number got out because that was not the Fast Nationals for Collision. Again, the numbers, blah, blah, blah. So, Dave, just conspiracy theorizing. What are your thoughts, Awful?
That motherfucker can't wait till he proves somebody wrong on things. Like he won't ever tell anybody that he's wrong. He won't apologize, but he'll be quick to let you know, like Alfred Kanua, and just say the man's name. Just at him. You know what I mean? Be a man, goddammit. And the other thing is that for all this opining that Dave Meltzer does, didn't he win like an Edward R. Murrow Award or some shit? Some sort of high prestigious journalistic integrity award. Well, whatever that award was, stick to that plan, man. Nobody wants to hear you opine about anything. Just report the news. Did you ever want to hear what fucking Ted Koppel thought about certain things, or Sam Donaldson, or even Wolf Blitzer or Anderson Cooper? No, man, just stick to the fucking news. Be that guy.
Yeah, more like the General R. Redacted Award.
Yeah,
fucking terrible.
And when he says redacted, he means retarded.
Bad jokes. So the latest on AEW, Penta El Zero Miedo, amid reports of WWE being interested in him. Now they were interested in the Lucha Bros like way back for Black and Gold NXT, but Penta was unhappy sometime back when he wasn't allowed on shows with CMLL talent. So confirming what I said, but to a degree that looks like it's been worked out. Tony Khan indicated he was confident Penta would stay with the promotion. Oh, Tony, he was confident about Jade too. Look how that turned out. So others have said Penta was looking at buying the rights to his name to make sure he could take the gimmick to WWE if necessary. The belief in other circles is Penta is looking at exploring his options when his current deal expires. So yeah, he's out that bitch. Penta, how the fuck don't you own your own name already? And exploring his options. His options are WWE or bust. Like, what else is he going to do? Go back to TNA? They booked him really well in TNA.
There are very few smart wrestlers out there. So I don't expect Pentagon or Penta to fucking, to understand anything about copyrights or trademarks or agents.
Well, hopefully someone teaches him, but I hope Penta goes to WWE, but I feel it won't happen. Thank you, John JID. And I think
Hey, why do you hope Penta goes to WWE? I mean, like, again, it's just like you guys are trying to bloat the WWE roster, like the
I know
AEW
that's the one
roster
thing.
is bloated, and it's just like put a freeze on all fucking hiring from AEW until you can get Ethan Page or Brian Pillman over or Jade Cargill to where you want her. Yeah, well, Brian Pillman's a work in progress, and Ethan Page has yet to show me anything. But I don't pretend to represent everybody in America. But at the same time, do those people first before you go on trying to raid more talent from AEW. Please.
Well, speaking of people who are good at copyrights and have good lawyers and retain their name, AJ Styles Good segue. Versus Cody Rhodes was planned for WWE Clash at the Castle as of early this week, but could be saved for Money in the Bank. As of early in the week, the plan was for this match to be on 6/15, but they and likely to be announced on 6/7. But it also could be held off until Toronto. So Dave just saying every possibility again, meaning he doesn't know what he's talking about, but cool. And we know, we're getting the AJ Styles Cody rematch, which I'm down with, man. Rhea Ripley is choosing to rehab her shoulder rather than undergo surgery. She is not expected back in time for SummerSlam. What do you think? Do you think Dave's being worked and she's going to rehab it, take more time off instead of surgery? But surgery would get her back in time for SummerSlam, but she's just going to take the time. I encourage her to take her goddamn time off if she's hurt. What say you, Awful?
Yeah, I mean, got to take the proper time off. I got to be honest with you, Phil. News like this doesn't do anything for me. I'm not in it for learning about, how long it's going to take somebody to rehab. Let's just hope that Rhea Ripley gets better and obviously comes back in good working condition. And I say the same thing about the AEW wrestlers as well. When Darby Allin got hurt and hit by a bus and fucking broke his toe and all that other dumb shit.
With thumbtacks into his face.
I wish them well. I'm not trying to see anybody get disastrously hurt, but at the same time, Dave, personally, I could care less how long it's going to take Rhea Ripley to rehab her elbow or whatever the fuck it is.
Right. So at WrestlePurist, Dave, Wrestling Observer via WrestlePurist says there's belief that there will be WWE involvement in the TNA Against All Odds pay-per-view show on June 14 in Chicago. It would make a lot of sense.
Get out of here!
After what we just saw tonight. Yeah, Jordan Grace only showed up with an NXT jacket on and fucking So Dave goes on to say Logan Paul, who will be on SmackDown tonight, is expected to face LA Knight at WWE Clash of the Castle. Oh shucks, you don't say, Dave.
Yeah.
So just another one.
Captain Obvious.
Yeah, where is this? Raquel Rodriguez was considered as a potential challenger for Roxanne Perez at Battleground. So instead of Jordan Grace, I guess they were considering Raquel Rodriguez. I don't believe this. I think Dave is just getting worked. Like, they didn't even tell Roxanne, and she wanted to be surprised for a shoot. So it's obviously going to be someone, not just Raquel. It's like, what the fuck?
I'm sorry.
So,
John JID popped me with his 2 comments. That was
what did
funny.
he say here in the
He
chat?
said, I can't stop being mad. Just be happy. Build another fire outside and make some s'mores.
Yeah.
I swear.
So,
John, get your ass on the program. Let's talk.
yeah, no doubt, man. So most in NXT didn't know, but there were more there was more than was being let on, as Dave's basically saying. But we can't trust what Dave ever says about WWE or TNA. He never knows anything about TNA until all of a sudden they're doing shit with WWE. Now he's got the inside scoop. It's like, no, Dave. Like,
it's clear as day that he does nothing but guesswork. It's just so obvious.
So there was belief that Penta El Zero Miedo was looking. Okay, we covered that. He's looking to buy his name. But both AEW and WWE have interest in Chad Gable, and WWE has made an excellent offer to keep him. He also has key people in AEW pushing him to Tony Khan. So, like, what the fuck would Gable do if he went to AEW, though? And like Max Caster's sitting there talking shit about Shelton Benjamin. Like, who's pushing for Gable to come to AEW? You know what I mean?
You know what Tony Khan should have interest in? Selling tickets.
Yeah, man. And like, you hear
Stop
the news
worrying about the people that are coming in and out of
I know they're always
WWE
talking
system.
about that. They're always talking about, oh, that leaves more room for money for the free agents and all this shit. That's what Dave was talking about last week. It's like, no, man. Your focus is in the wrong place. Like, you haven't made one star. Stop trying to take other people's stars. It's so crazy. Gable, I think, is in too big of a story to leave, but if I predict, he'll stay. But who's pushing him to Tony Khan? Like, I would just love to know what name that is.
This is what EFED booking does to you. You don't
dude.
know how to create a wrestler. You don't know how to construct somebody from the ground up. You know, if there's not a CAW that involves its own move set and its own gimmick and fucking, its own apparel. He has no clue of how to build a professional wrestler from the ground up. He doesn't even have like a developmental or training facility, which I've always been saying, like,
Yeah.
motherfucker, go out to Kansas, find some barn, put a ring
Yeah.
in it, and tell all those motherfuckers to be there on Thursday morning so that you can get some workouts in.
And it's so easy to just like sit down all the goats, Jim Cornette, Arn Anderson, sit down everyone, Ric Flair in a room, Tony Khan, and then you say your ideas to them. And then you plan out like a year of shit to them, fantasy mark book it, and then let them go, well, this needs to be like this, and this would work, or this is fucking stupid. Da 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 da. Like you could easily do that too. It's not like this, especially with the money and the resources you have. Instead, they're just getting offended and being like, nope, no criticism. You can't criticize my work. And it's
Right.
like, man, fuck that, dude. Like, what's the old saying? It is in the womb of criticism that great art is born, or whatever the fuck it is, dude.
Right.
Not to get all philosophical on you guys, but anyways, Vince McMahon, according to Dave, is not allowed at WWE headquarters gym that he helped design.
Oh,
so this is what happens when you fucking are an asshole and pin women down in a fucking jet or whatever went down. I don't know. We're not making allegations, but at Drain Bamager, one of the greatest AEW Shillingtons of all time, he quotes,
unblock me, Drain Bamager, you fucking nincompoop.
So former AAA wrestlers who weren't permitted before. Oh, sorry, we talked about it, but Dave says Tony Khan said that they have pretty much worked it out. So that means the Forbidden Door, Rush, and Phoenix, and all these guys can appear on it. Money talks, I guess. Yeah, no shit. Tony's been a really good partner of New Japan. He's trying to be a good partner for CMLL. I guess CMLL got less stubborn. MJF, and it looks like MJF and Rush is going to be a Forbidden Door. Yeah, great Forbidden Door match. Like two AEW guys. Like, so what's the concept? Like, I don't know. It's so stupid. And yeah, so it just proved me right, though, about all the CMLL shit. A lot of people said it, but it is what it is. But Dave Meltzer, and this is the last one of the evening, folks. Dave Meltzer stated that WWE purposely supplied incorrect Fast National viewership numbers to the media for June 1 edition of Collision. So here's the conspiracy theory. Here's his quote. Well, we talked about it. It's a public relations war. WWE, obviously, whenever AEW has a badly rated show, so this is just more of an elaboration here, more of the quote, WWE makes sure that Fast National gets out. So, like, how do they do that? That's what I just don't get. Like, how does WWE do that? They leak it to Alfred? Like, God damn it, Tony. I don't know how the number got out. Well, then why are you saying it got out, Dave? Because that was not the Fast Nationals number for Collision. Again, the Fast Nationals are not exact, but they're not far off. And as Alfred pointed out, the Fast Nationals can indicate, like, even if they're wrong, let's say it's like a 7% fluctuation, like you can figure it out, like, well, it'll be off by this much or whatever. He explains it better than me. Check out the podcast. But yeah, guys, so that was another eclectic edition of Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. So, guys, I want to thank you all. We've been going like 4.5 hours almost. I want to thank you all for being here and watching NXT Battleground with me. I like switching it up sometimes. It's a little late for us. It is Sunday, so I'm going to have to try and get up early, get my week intact. New week laid out. I laid it out at the beginning of the show. PWT pod tomorrow with Marvin the Movie Monster. And yeah, I'm doing Patreon shit. I got a bunch of shit coming this week for you guys. New stuff. Patreon stuff, so consider checking that out. And I know I haven't uploaded there in a minute. I have some interviews with some wrestlers and shit. I'll just throw it out there. Fuck it. I got some interviews coming with some cool people and some really cool guests, and they're going to come out on Patreon first as well before they come out to the public. So just make sure you check that out, and you consider joining, consider being a member. There's going to be a members only show this week at Pro Wrestle Times, at Pro Wrestle Clips. If you're a member to either channel or both, you'll get access to the member show. I want to thank Awful for being here. Hopefully, maybe we have a show or something one day. Who knows? But Awful, what do you have going on in life? Let the good people know. Toonie Talk Wrestling we see below, but just let the good people know what you have going on, or just what are your final thoughts on this epic live stream we did together?
It was great. Thanks everybody to the chat. Thank John JID for always challenging me, but in a respectful manner, in a civil manner.
Yeah, we'll get you guys on. You guys will duke it out next show. How about that?
I don't want to duke it out with the young bull. I mean,
with the little herb or what?
Yeah, he's got to make it through college first. I mean, come on now. But yeah, you can check me out on X, Twitter, at AEWFUL Wrestling. Tuesday nights, 8 p.m. Actually, this week we're going to be on at 5 p.m. Toonie Talk Wrestling. And I'm here with Phil Marks, the geek.
Yeah,
Every
dude,
so
the Mark.
often. Yeah, the Mark. Okay, whatever.
The E-Fed geek, dude. The E-Fed E-Drone. But yeah, thanks so much, guys, for like hanging out with us. I really appreciate it. It was a great at Pro Wrestle Clips, at Pro Wrestle Times. You already know the deal. Awful. Round of applause for you for being here, and round of applause for the chat.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'll be on Toonie Talk with you guys on Tuesday, I believe, this week. And
you will?
Yeah,
I'm
and I'll
calling
also
in
be
sick.
on Marv's show. So regular AEW watch along live stream on Wednesday as well, guys. Don't forget. Regular PWT podcast is coming out this week, I promise. And then the Toonie Town TV where we talk about like nerd shit because I am such a geek. That I will be on.
It was a good show, though. It was a good show.
Yeah, I enjoyed doing
it. You guys
man.
are really knowledgeable in your geekdom.
Yeah, I work in the biz a little bit too, so that
you
helps.
do? We'll talk about that.
I do. Yeah, we talk about it more, man. But like, there's some shit I just keep my mouth shut because I'm like, oh fuck, I can't really even talk about this or that. So sometimes I'm like keeping it down. But speaking of keeping it down, something I'm gonna leave you guys with this video as we sign off. Thank you guys for all being here at Pro Wrestle Times, at Pro Wrestle Clips. We'll see you on the next live show / podcast. Peace.
Bye.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild.